big thing toppling the communist regime. We might just do it, you know, as like a side quest.
People, it's going to be one of the most important. They've been looking for this moment for 65 years. So we'll
True.
see what happens. But
True.
we're gonna, in the meantime, we're going to have to help them out. They have no way of living. They have no food.
True.
They have no electricity. They have no energy at all. But they do have a great people. There's a lot of great people.
The people are great. The leaders are gay. We're gonna give them all AIDS. It's gonna be diabolical.
So many Cuban friends in Miami, mostly in Miami and Florida, and they're unbelievable people. They're unbelievable entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
And they'd like to go back. I think hopefully they're going to want to live here, but they want to go back. Maybe they'll invest. We'll see what happens. But we're freeing up Cuba.
We're freeing up Cuba. That's us. Benevolently freeing up different countries by toppling regimes. Now, the left is not happy about this, because the left likes nothing more than people suffering under communism. But just understand what families are going through, because the Donald has just announced that they are indicting former Cuban dictator Raul Castro.
I do want to bring in Oscar Fernandez here with me. He left Cuba in 1961 when you were just 15 years old.
That is correct.
Tell me about what today means in the news of the indictment of Raul Castro.
It means
Indicted for murder, by the way. The Donald is moving, all right? He's not letting this shit slide. He's like, no,
Well,
actually, we're
look
going to
here,
kill
boys.
you. You're a
We
bad
got
guy.
ourselves
We're
a
gonna
real
kill
life
you.
hero.
And a lot of
And
people
now
don't like this,
he
but that's
wants
because
to
they're
be
gay retards.
paid.
justice for the Cuban people. For 67 years,
Well, come to think of it, good luck.
I've been ignored
You better not make
by
me regret
everybody. The
this.
United Nations, the
Yeah,
organization.
'cause the United Nations, it's just a puppet of Islam. All right, the United Nations doesn't give a shit about actual human rights.
Of American states, the European Union, everybody. So we hope this is the beginning of the downfall of the Castro regime.
Man, listen to this man.
Little emotional. And we're ready to go back and help in the reconstruction of our country.
The left can never, ever recover from this. An emotional old man talking about how Trump is liberating his people. The left can never recover. You know, no matter how many purple hair jihadis they send to Cuba, they will never, ever undo this.
Work with money, with investment, and with love. That has been lacking in Cuba for the last 6 decades.
Oscar, thank you so much for sharing your
Yeah,
perspective.
so isn't the libtard world order great? How actually we need to respect the sovereignty of Cuba. That's a dictatorship that's massacring, you know, and imprisoning and torturing and starving their own people. We should embrace their financial alternative. This is communism, just awesome. Now remember, Nick Shirley went to Cuba and he was almost taken a hostage there. This video has 10 million views. Right? He was almost taken a hostage in Cuba. Secret police was following him around because he was asking the wrong questions. Now, of course, obviously, there was a reason why they let in Hassan Piker and Greta Thunberg and they arrested Nick Shirley. It's because the left obviously lies to you about Cuba. It's because the entire leftoid order is a propaganda pile of lies. It would not survive if not for the constant infighting on the right. Now, Cuba is out of fuel. Havana has 1 to 2 hours of electricity a day. People are searching rubbish bins for food and heat. And Cuba's collapse has been officially predicted since 1992. Everyone's been saying this is going to happen, obviously. But let's see. Let's see if it happens under the Donald. All I know is things happen. You know, Donald Trump has some sort of interesting perspective on the world. Right? His perspective is, hey, I can actually just do things. Like, these guys are suffering and shit. I could just, like, actually kind of help them, you know? And it looks like that's actually happening. The CIA director just flew to Cuba personally to deliver a warning. Havana has 300 military drones from Russia and Iran. Wow! You mean to tell me that Cuba, the place where we had the Cuban Missile Crisis, is actually kind of a fucking shithole in regards to being a little nest of our adversaries in our hemisphere? The America First perspective is not letting that be a thing, actually. You know, Cuba's disgusting striking Florida, Guantanamo Bay, a U.S. vessel after acquiring 300 military drones from Russia and Iran in what would potentially be the dumbest fucking thing I have ever heard in my life. Now, activists who sent Ilhan Omar's daughter and Hassan Piker to Cuba, right, for aid trips, wow, has ties to Hamas and Iran. Like, bro, you cannot make this up. Like, it's actually the dung beetle Avengers, okay? jihadi Power Rangers all show up to Cuba to flex and talk about how actually communism is great, while all the people there are literally starving. All right, starving and dying and being imprisoned for voicing their opinions against the communist regime that's been torturing them. Right, but for some reason, like, you just look at her face, bro. Skeletor over here is not going to change your opinion on Cuba. All right, come on, dude. This phenotype lies. Smeagol-ass looking motherfucker, jihadi Hamas Iran supporter, is also literally organizing the trips to Cuba. Wow, color me shocked and surprised. It's almost like the entire leftist ecosystem is absolutely relying on the fact that our adversaries survive. It's almost like they hate us and want us to die or something. Now, Marcus Rubius, first of his name, dropped a nuke. A 5-minute video basically telling the people in Cuba to rise up.
En un día como hoy, en 1900, sobre un país independiente.
Oh shit.
Pero sé que hoy
But
ustedes,
I know that today,
quienes llaman a la isla
call
su
the
hogar,
island your home,
atraviesan
are
dificultades.
going through unimaginable hardships.
Hoy quiero
Today I want to
compartirles la
share with
verdad
you the
sobre el
truth
motivo de
about the reason for their suffering. And I want to tell you what we, the U.S., are offering to help you.
para ayudarlos no solo a
Not only to alleviate the current crisis, but also build a better future. The reason you are forced to survive 22 hours a day
al día sin electricidad.
without electricity is not due to an oil blockade by the United States. But I was told by Hassan Piker that we are the ones that are starving the Cuban people. I can't believe it. You mean to tell me Hassan Piker was on the side of the terrorists all along? As if I'm gonna believe that. He's so good to his dog. Why would someone who's so good to his dog work with terrorists? But you know better than anyone. You've been suffering from blackouts for years. The real reason you don't have electricity, fuel, or food is because those who control your country have plundered
Oh, for fuck's sake.
billions of dollars, but nothing has been used to help the people.
Utilizado para ayudar al pueblo.
30 years ago, Raul Castro founded a company called Gaisea.
Esta
The
empresa
company is owned and operated by the armed forces
y está operada por ellos. Y cuenta con
and has revenue 3 times greater
al presupuesto.
than your current government's budget. Oh, I didn't know that. Today, when you suffer, these businesses have $18 billion in assets and control 70% of Cuba's economy.
Obtienen
They profit from hotels, construction, banks, stores, and even from the money your relatives send you from the U.S. Everything passes through their hands. From those remittances, they retain a percentage, but from Gaza's profit, instead of using the money in their hands, like all other countries in the world, they depended on free oil from Hugo Chavez and Maduro to keep the money. But now, the free oil has stopped coming. And they buy fuel for their generators and their vehicles, while the people are asked to sacrifice. Instead of using the money to maintain and modernize the damaged power plants, they use the money to build war hotels for foreigners and to send their relatives to live in luxury in Madrid. Many such cases. It's so funny how all these fuckers have made the same cases. You know, Hamas terrorists, they did the same shit. Right, all the leaders of Hamas were billionaires living in like some fucking penthouse in Qatar until Israel removed them from the game. All right, until Israel ended their ceasefire. All right, you know they were living and standing as billionaires there, while Israel and Hamas were like allegedly starving. You know, shit everything. They're bad fucking people, and that is the issue. Basically, every single one of these non-quote-unquote democratic systems, the people don't have a vote. They are oppressed. And communism just means the state owns everything, which gives them even more leverage and power to do whatever they want. Today, Cuba is not controlled by any revolution. Cuba is controlled by Gaisa, a state within the state that is accountable to no one and hoards the profits from its businesses for the benefit of a small elite. And the so-called role played by the so-called government is to demand that you continue to make sacrifices and repressing everyone who dares. President Trump is offering something between the U.S. and Cuba, but it must be directly with you, the Cuban people, not with Gaisa. First, we are offering $100 million in food and medicine for you, the people. Bro, can you imagine that $100 million could have been going to condoms in Zimbabwe And then Elon Musk decided to shut that shit down. Can you believe it? But must be distributed directly to the Cuban people by the Catholic Church or other trusted charitable groups, based, by the way, not stolen by Geisa to sell in one of their stores. But the Cuban people are not interested in permanent charity. You want the opportunity to live in your own country, the way your relatives live in the U.S. or in other countries of the world. Today, from media to entertainment, from private sector to politics, and from music to sports, have reached the top of virtually all sports in all countries except one. Cuba. Today, Cuba only goes close to Geisa or and a problem. President Trump is offering a new path between the U.S. and a new Cuba.
Oh, you're fucking kidding me.
Ordinary Cuban, and not just Geisa, can own a gas station, or clothing store, or a restaurant. Dude, imagine like that's a fucking dream under communism. You mean I can own my own restaurant? It's honestly heartbreaking that that we have these like nepo baby, multi-millionaire, like Hassan Piker-esque retards shoveling garbage down our throats. You know, when everyone under communism suffers. A new Cuba where you and not just Geisa can open a bank or have a construction company. Those are for the Cuban Jews. A new Cuba where you, and not just the Communist Party of Cuba, can own a television station or a newspaper. What? You mean to state their opinion in public without fear of going into one of the black cells under Casterly Rock? A new Cuba where you can complain about a failing system without fear of going to jail or forced to leave the island. A new Cuba where you have a real opportunity to choose who governs your country and vote to replace them. That's crazy. If they are not doing a good job, that is not impossible. All of the Bahamas, Republic. Shout out to the Dominican Republic, by the way. They just deported like 100,000 Haitians. Absolute fucking legend. Jamaica, and even 90 miles away in Florida. If owning your own business and having the right to vote is possible around Cuba, why is it not possible for you in Cuba? That's right. In the U.S., we are ready to open a new chapter in the relationship between our people and our countries. And currently, the only thing standing in the way of a better future are those who control your country. Oh, shit. All right? Basically, rise up, people. Liberate yourselves from bondage. Obliterate those absolute retarded commie motherfuckers. Insane shit, man. Just absolute insane shit.
Fox News alert, the Justice Department just indicted Fidel Castro's little brother.
Today, we are announcing an indictment charging Raul Castro and several others with conspiracy to kill U.S. nationals.
That's right, baby. Yeah.
Raul Castro.
Trump taking a break from overthrowing Thomas Massey to overthrow the government of Cuba. Absolute fucking giga Chad.
Castro, one of the last surviving members of the Cuban Revolution, is being charged with conspiracy to kill Americans, destruction of aircraft, and murder.
Good.
In '96, Havana shot down two planes full of Cuban-American exiles leaving Miami who were trying to save their brothers from Castro's clutches.
For nearly 30 years, the families of 4 murdered Americans have waited for justice. They were unarmed civilians and were flying humanitarian missions for the rescue and protection of people fleeing oppression.
See, that's real humanitarian aid. Not like the Hassan Piker, you know, Gucci communist billionaire version of humanitarian aid. Where they go to Cuba and they sing these little gay songs and they do propaganda for the oppressors. Right? Like, do not fall for this psyop, man.
Across the Florida Straits. As alleged in the indictment, Raul Castro and 5 co-defendants participated in a conspiracy that ended with Cuban military aircraft firing missiles at those civilian planes and killing 4 Americans.
Yeah.
The Florida grand jury.
Yeah, humbly fuck yourself, Mr. Castro. We are going to destroy you. It's gonna be awesome.
Was presented evidence of Raul Castro ordering the hit. U.S. intelligence has him on tape.
Wow!
The President of the United States has a lot of balls in the air, but he's been thinking a lot about that island, 90 miles off our coast.
Bro, we're getting a Marcus Rubio's presidency coming soon.
We have Cuba on our mind. Very important. Been a lot of problems for a lot of years, and this was I think it was a very big moment for people that, not only Cuban Americans, but people that came from Cuba that want to go back to Cuba, people that want to see their family in Cuba. I think this is a very big day, very important day.
CIA Director John Rekt was visiting there last week, meeting with Cuban officials, including Raul's grandson. Ratcliffe gave the Cubans a do-or-die ultimatum. And Rubio's already celebrating Cuban Independence Day. He sent a message offering the Cuban people an olive branch.
There it is.
En Estados Unidos
In the U.S., we are ready to open a new
That's
chapter
our
in
guy.
the relationship.
That is our dude. That's Marcus Rubius. Cuba has been fucking around with us for a very long time, and they are about to find out. You do not kill our people. You do not blow up Americans. You do not get siphoned terrorism from Iran and Russia in our hemisphere, because this hemisphere belongs to us. And they try to, like, help their reputation. Oh, we'll just help our reputation. We'll just get these commie jihadis in our fucking... to do little gay dance parties. You know, trying to free Palestine from Cuba. All right, that'll work. That'll absolutely work, brothers. Look, man, I really hate paying taxes, but if my tax dollars are going to overthrow a communist regime and terrorist hotspot literally in our backyard, I'm okay with it. I'm just totally fine with that, actually. I'm okay with having complete hemispheric dominance. Yeah, that sounds pretty awesome to me. American empire is back, baby. Now, the worst people are really mad that we are the hegemon and the most powerful country on the planet. But unfortunately for them, that will continue, all right? We will continue blowing up terrorists until morale improves. Fuck you very much. Now, the Donald, after having come back from China, and China no longer wants to support Iran in any way, it's really bad. All right, so what are we? You know, we obliterated Maduro in January, Khomeini in February, Abu Bilal al-Minuki, that's the chief ISIS guy from Nigeria. All right, Castro is now indicted, which is a huge W. We have to say the Iran situation is winding down. All right,
You know, we're negotiating with Iran, and then you have the Democrats, I call them the Democrats.
True, Mr. President.
Putting in a bill that Trump should immediately stop. You know how it is to negotiate?
It's really rough. Imagine trying to negotiate with these guys while and they're reading our media, and our media is like, Trump is spiraling. He has absolutely no way. And I'm sure that some dumb fuck jihadi Islamic retard that's, you know, running that country, I'm sure those morons believe them. That's the craziest part. I'm sure they believe them.
Where you're beating them badly, they come to the table, they're begging to make a deal, because they're begging to make a deal. I hope we don't have to do the war, but we may have to give them another big hit. We may have to give them another big hit.
That's happening this Friday or Saturday, by the way. My Jew connections told me.
Sure yet. You'll know very soon. But how do you feel when you're negotiating, you're winning every point, and they say, but in Washington, they want to stop you from negotiating. They want to stop you, and it's only political. It's the Democrats. They're dumb.
They're dumb.
It's a new name.
Actually, Mr. President, I don't think they're actually dumb. Like, they have good IQs, like, on average. You know, obviously, they're still American, so it's not like they're from Somalia, all right? So I wouldn't call them dumb. They're evil. They're actually just evil and rooting for the other guy and want them to win. They want Iran to win. They want the assassins to get you. They're actually just evil and hate our country. That is why they'll root for every single one of our adversaries without fail. It's actually pretty simple. However, and no one will ever talk about this ever, it is a massive blow to our nation, all right? If we are up against these morons, and these morons are reading our media, and the media's like, Trump is spiraling, he's losing everything, Trump is totally done with it, he doesn't know what to do, he has no plan, he's cooked. Right, then you have Iran, you have them reading this shit, and they're like, you know, and they fucking blowing themselves up. Which, I mean, I guess is like one of the highest civilian honors in Iran, so.
It's a very accurate name. So I'm in the middle of a negotiation. I'm saying you cannot have a nuclear weapon. And it comes over the wire that the Democrats want to stop Trump. from further negotiations. They want to stop Trump from, if he has to.
Mr. President, it's time to open up asylums. Can we please start executing people for treason? I think it would be very entertaining. It would be a morale boost for sure.
Giving them another slap. They want to have a nuclear weapon to blow up the Middle East and to blow up, frankly, the world. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, so anyway, and then you have the Democrats being like, well, actually, if we can have a nuclear weapon, why can't they? Because we are the goats, and they fucking suck, and they rape sheep, okay? All right, that's how it works. I'm so tired of this. Like, the fake, false moral equivalence. It's like, why is it better for us to have healthcare and for the Iranians to... excuse me, what are we doing here? Yes, we want our country to be the best country in the world. We are the most powerful. We want to stay that way. We don't want to get blown up by nukes. But all countries are the same, not the ones that rape sheep. All right, anyway, so he keeps going, by the way. The Donard was on a roll today.
On Iran, just a limited deal, just for a longer ceasefire.
We would have to open the strait. That would open immediately. So we're going to give this one shot. I'm in no hurry. You never think, oh, the midterms, I'm in a hurry. I'm in no hurry. Ideally, I'd like to see few people killed, as opposed to a lot.
Nice.
We can do it either way, but I'd like to see few people killed. I just wonder whether or not they have the good of the people, because some of the things they're doing to me means they don't have the good of the people, and they have to have the good of the people. There's a lot of anger now in Iran because people are living so badly. There's a lot of foment that we haven't seen before so much.
Look, man, I'm still praying for that Iranian revolution. Like, these Islamic dogs that have been basically running the country and oppressing the people and massacring them in the streets, they're fucking evil. Which, of course, is why all the Democrats love them. They love the idea of massacring Trump voters. So this is literally their dream. They love that shit. All right, so they're frothing at the mouth to start some sort of communist revolution here. So obviously that's insane. Now, reporters keep asking him questions about this, how close he is. And, well, it's getting hairy.
How close were you to striking Iran?
I was an hour away. We were all set to go. You're talking about yesterday.
Yes.
We were going to be striking it would have been happening right now. Yeah, it was all done. The boats, the ships are all loaded. They're loaded to the brim. And we were all set to start.
We were going. We were about to do the thing. The thing was about to happen. And then, for those of you unaware, the leader of Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and Qatar all called Trump and said, listen, Monsieur Senor Trumples, can you hold off for a little bit? Can you please try to make some sort of deal? And the Donard was like, you know what? You are my good allies, and we like our alliance, and our friendship is so nice and wholesome. I'll blow them up on Friday. And then the Emir of Qatar was like, you are so nice, Mr. Trump. Please, let me give you a 9-year-old sex slave for your job. And Trump was like, no, thank you. No, thank you. That's all right. Last time I got a 9-year-old sex slave, it ruined Melania's whole birthday. We're not going to be doing that again. No, I'm kidding. That was obviously a joke. What do you think I am? Thomas Massey? We all know the Epstein administration is the Democrats. Anyway, so crazy update. The United States is currently carrying out a massive wave of preparations for resumption of the war against Iran with U.S. refuelers now parked in Israel. So it's getting hairy, you know? American Israel, high alert, ready to blast the mullahs to smithereens. The IRGC is lashing out. They're vowing crushing blows and the abyss of destruction if 47 takes action. You know, obviously they are armed to the teeth. They have 12-year-old children stacked to the brim. They are carrying little scimitars and pocket knives as they ride their camels into our gigantic, you know, actual navy that we have, that they don't have, because theirs is dead. But ours is not, and, you know, their camels are not going to do it. It's really not going well. Iran warns it will open new fronts against the United States if attacks resume. This is very exciting, because the old fronts were terrorist attacks in the middle of fucking Michigan. All right, so I wonder what the new fronts about this are going to be. U.S. airstrikes killed 175 ISIS fighters in Nigeria. Leftists are telling me I'm supposed to feel bad for them. I do not. Just in, U.S. seizes Iran-linked tanker carrying over 1 million barrels of crude oil. Now, W, by the way, because these guys cannot send out their oil. All right, they are dying. They're drowning. They have no way to make money. They have no way to get their oil out unless they give it to us. And that's exactly what they seem to be doing. Thank you, Iran. Yeah, your sacrifice is very appreciated and will not change anything. So, up 1 million barrels on that one. That's a W. We take those. U.S. intelligence detects at least 10 mines in the Strait of Hormuz. I'm actually really happy that this announcement was made because this is the first actual announcement of factually found mines. Right? Until now, it was just a fear that they were going to put mines in the Strait of Hormuz. I was assured by retards on the left that, what? That's an act of terror. Iran wouldn't do an act of terror. What? Yeah, well, anyway, it turns out Iran would do an act of terror. Massacring 40,000 of their own people apparently wasn't enough to get people to realize that maybe these guys are actually fucking horrible. But it turns out they're fucking horrible. They're putting mines in literally a commercial economic waterway. All right? An unbelievable act of terror. Zero condemnations from, like, the United Nations and all these other fuckhead countries that call everything we do a war crime. And the JD, big JD, Just Dance Vance, briefed reporters and fucking slaughtered them.
Why are you rewarding Putin and punishing your best ally in Europe?
Right, so this is like the Euro Cup question, all right, because obviously we're fighting Iran, we're fighting Cuba, Venezuela, you know, China got cucked. Ultimately, Russia got cucked too because they got a lot of their cheap weaponry from Iran. And here we have like the Euro Cup reporters. They walk in, up chest, and they're like, I don't understand. Why are you not nice to your European allies?
Well, first of all, I'd say there's been no president who's done more, frankly, to ensure that Ukraine survived the invasion of Russia than Donald Trump. As he famously said, Obama gave him sheets, I gave him javelins. It was those javelins that ensured that Ukraine still has its territorial sovereignty. What he's also said is
You're welcome
to an American policy that focused on the interests of the United States. And part of that foreign
God, I'm so grateful that we have people talking about this normally. Yes, the America First policy is actually killing the terrorists that are trying to kill us. Overthrowing the terrorist hotspots in our backyard. That is actually America First. Yes, fucking China by toppling Venezuela and Iran's oil supply is actually, yes, an America First policy. China can't invade Taiwan if they have no oil, and that's what they want to do, and we don't want that. All right, our computer chips are being made in Taiwan. All right, we're not playing that game. This is geopolitical masterclass by the Donald from an America First perspective. America First doesn't mean live in your little fucking cave and tremble and hopefully the world doesn't blow up around you. That's not America First. That's called fucking stupid.
Policy is not to reward Putin or not to punish a country like Poland, which we love. We love Poland. We love the Polish people. No. What we're trying to do, what our foreign policy is geared towards, is promoting European independence inside.
That's right.
We want Europe.
We want England to not be fucking retarded, okay? That is our policy. Does that mean we're going to sit there and bail England out of infinite rape jutsu that they've been importing? No, it doesn't mean that. We want you to figure that out, actually. Right? We give $60 billion a year to NATO and Europe's defense. All right, to everyone crying about Israel, we give $3.8 billion a year to Israel, which, by the way, for the record, too much. I don't want to give any foreign aid to anybody, for the record. But we give 20 times that to NATO, and we get fucking nothing for it.
Europe to take more ownership over its own territorial integrity. We want Europe to step up in a big way. Now, I think you said 4,000 troops. We've not reduced the troop levels in Poland by 4,000 troops. What we did is that we delayed a troop deployment that was going to go to Poland. That's not a reduction. That's just...
You do realize we're at war, right? Right. This is like the ultimate, like, random, suicidal empathy perspective of, like, this random journalist guy crying that we're not putting our troops in Poland while we're literally at war with Iran, while we're about to topple Cuba, all right? And for some reason, they feel entitled to our men protecting them.
The standard delay in rotation that sometimes happens in these situations. But here's the fundamental problem. Poland is capable of defending itself with a lot of support from the United States. We're not talking about pulling every single American troop out of Europe.
Yeah.
We're talking about shifting some resources.
Yeah, actually do shit
in a way
yourself,
that
please.
maximizes American
Actually do
security.
things.
I don't think that's bad for Europe. That's encouraging Europe to take more ownership. The United States cannot be the policeman of the world. We want to be good allies. We want to make sure that our troop presence promotes regional stability in Europe.
Right. That's
the
our
president
guy.
has not said, though he could, the president has not said that he's taken all of the troops out of Europe, but Europe has to stand on its own 2 feet.
Absolutely.
And that's something that he's been consistent
Yeah.
on. Frankly, not even since the beginning of this administration, going back to the first administration, is we have got to have more sovereignty and more of Europe standing on its own 2 feet. That will continue to be our policy in Europe.
Our policy is we don't need to change your fucking diapers, okay? You figure that out, bro.
Will go eventually to Poland?
What I said is that is it a delay in troop rotation? Those troops could go elsewhere in Europe. We could decide to send them elsewhere. We actually haven't made the final determination about where these troops are ultimately going to go. But what I'm saying is it is not accurate to say that we are pulling a bunch of troops out. It is a very small and very minor thing. And I think, frankly, a lot of the European media, again, is overreacting. And here's one thing I'll say about this. Look, I have, for my entire life, I'm 41 years old. For my entire life, I have heard chirpings from the European media about everything that's wrong with the United States.
God, I'm so happy. I'm so happy that we're finally punching these fuckers in the nuts. All right, proverbially. This is not a call for violence. And I'm very upset to see some leftists say I'm calling for violence by wanting to punch Europeans in the nuts. Not all Europeans. Just every single one that's in charge of the entire continent. But this shit sucks. It really does. You know, everything that we do, we have... Dude, there was just a shooting in a mosque in San Diego, and the British Prime Minister got up to say that he stands with the Muslim community. Literally, what the fuck is happening? Hello? Hello? Your country is getting raped, England, all right? And queer Stalin is gonna stand up and stand with the Muslims in San Diego? Like, are we serious, bro?
We don't have this. We don't have that. We don't spend enough on healthcare, even though part of the reason why we spend
right. They cry that we don't spend enough on healthcare, and we subsidize their fucking healthcare.
so much on defense was because we have tens of thousands of troops in Europe. I think that if the European media wants to attack the President of the United States, they need to start looking in the mirror. All he has said
he's so right.
We're going to be good allies.
So right,
we're going to be
man.
good friends. We're going to be trading partners, but it is reasonable for Europe to take a little bit more ownership over its continental integrity.
Just absolute fucking cinema. I'm so happy that we're putting the brakes on like these global Eurocards, right? These infinite retard morons. Right? He keeps cooking though. He was on fire the entire time.
For the West. And it's kind of crazy, is this idea that the way to generate prosperity is to bring in millions and millions of unvetted people and drop them into your neighborhoods, and we simply reject that idea.
Sorry, bro. The age of the orc is over. The age of man is here.
So to everybody in the UK who rejects that idea, I'd encourage them to just keep on going. It's okay to want to defend your culture. It's okay to want to live in a safe neighborhood. It's okay to want your job.
Are you trying to imply that importing people from Pakistan makes the neighborhood less safe? Yes. That is actually what he's saying. Yeah, he is saying that actually if you take a bunch of orcs and you relocate them to the Shire will no longer be the Shire.
Yourself and your neighbors, and not to a stranger who you don't even know.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah.
Hang on a sec. I'm looking at something on my
No, this is not about
my phone right
the
quick.
Pakistani people, especially when they're in Pakistan. All right, that was a lie. I promised I'd always be truthful with you. I don't love the Pakistani people.
Societies to want to control who comes into their country and who doesn't. A lot of people, frankly, a lot of people in the media have tried to persuade all of those people.
I looked at a bunch of them.
To want to protect
God, he's so right.
Even though very often the very people who are most
I don't.
affected by low
I looked at a
wage
bunch of them. They
are
kind of don't
lower
look
income
like
blacks
my
and
types of
African
games.
Americans right here in
I'm
the United States.
gonna keep poking through them. I'll eventually find one that I'll try.
Making America great again. You can't do that unless you protect your borders. I'd encourage our friends in the UK to follow the same path.
God, he's so right. He has just been on fire.
But I don't know how soon. Yeah, I saw the new one. I don't know how soon I'm gonna be able to get to those, right? Because yeah, I don't know how soon I'll be able to get to them.
You read the things about Ilhan Omar and about who she married and whether she didn't marry this person or that person. It certainly seems like something fishy is there, but everybody's entitled to equal justice under the laws. So we're going to investigate it. We're going to take a look at it. If we
I'm
think that there's
kind
a
of
crime,
bummed
we're
out
gonna
because
prosecute that crime.
I was looking at my analytics, and I don't. It's looking real slim that I'm gonna make partner by the end of the month. So I'm probably gonna have to get a job and put streaming on the back burner.
Federal and state programs. This is the owner of Equality Leering Center, and she is in custody, baby. Remember when people were immediately saying Trump wasn't going to do anything about the fraud in Minnesota just because it didn't happen immediately? Remember when everyone was like crashing out that Nick Shirley's whole video exposed all this shit and literally nothing happened? Remember when everyone was losing their mind over that, and then it turns out that was just complete and utter hysteria? Now, massive red alert. Your FBI shut down a call center operation in India that defrauded hundreds of elderly victims in the U.S. and abroad out of millions of dollars through tech support scams, and 2 senior executives who operated a business that enabled it. They have just admitted to being fucking retarded, and they are shut down. Red alert, gentlemen! Trump is shutting down the Indian call centers. You're blackpilling, and he's shutting down the Indian call center. Please, Mr. President, do not redeem. And he fucking redeemed, baby. Now, of course, the media is doing their usual shtick. As Trump turns 80 next month, his recent behavior should prompt even more questions than usual about his stability, judgment, and mental sharpness. Long overdue. Something is very wrong with Trump, says Tom Nichols, the same guy who made this article, Leave Joe Biden Alone. You can't make this up, man. These people are delusional retards. But just to wrap up on the Iran front.
It's just fucking...
calling off airstrikes at the last second.
Yeah, it's just fucking frustrating because I fucking tried so hard and fucking failed. I hate failing.
Thinking of all the goats that could be rescued by killing some terrorists, and I really wanted to do it.
We were all set to go. You're talking about yesterday. We were going to be striking it would have been happening right now. Yeah, it was all done. The boats, the ships are all loaded. They're loaded to the brim. And we were all set to start.
Our Gulf allies begged the president to give peace a chance, but 47 declared...
For the record, I think this is some sort of strategy. I said this before, but I think that all of our Gulf allies getting together, talking to us about peace, those motherfuckers don't want peace. They hate Iran. Iran attacked all of them. Blew up one of the UAE's nuclear plants like 2 days ago, okay? All right, let's be honest here. They hate Iran, all right? I think them, quote-unquote, calling us to make peace is part of a strategy, and I think we're going to be striking on Friday or Saturday, all right? And if I am correct, you can just call me Nuxtradamus, but I think it's going to happen. It's going to be insane.
New deadline, Memorial Day.
I'm saying 2 or 3 days, maybe Friday, Saturday, Sunday, something, maybe early next week, a limited period of time. Because we can't let them have a nuclear weapon. If they had a nuclear weapon...
I don't think I'll have the time to invest when I have a job. That's the thing.
They're literally gargling in their own feces, dying because we have the blockade. Like, fuck these people. I don't understand.
They would start with Israel. They would blow it up, and they would blow it up fast.
The president's ordered his team to be prepared to bomb at a moment's notice, so it could happen tonight, Friday, whenever. Generals say the Iranians are going to wage economic terrorism until we take our fingers off the trigger.
No way!
Iran.
No way! You mean terrorism? Iran? But I was told that they were just simple people trying to live their life.
In the Gulf states because they want that pressure put on the administration to stop the war. They got a ceasefire out of it. And now they're extending the ceasefire some 6 weeks, and they're absolutely convinced if they string this out closer to the midterms and oil prices continue to rise as a result of it, that the president may just wash his hands of the whole thing and declare victory. That's kind of what their objective is here. War is fundamentally about breaking will.
I don't know.
I break our will.
I'm any shift really.
Now Iran has never won a war before. You know, they're 85 IQ. They've never lost a negotiation because they're willing to die, and they don't care how many of them die for their jihad. All right, so they've never won a war. They've never lost a negotiation. But shit's ending now. The Dunnard is gonna fucking kill you. Yep, that's right. But killing is bad. Well, not killing these guys. Killing these guys is awesome, actually.
Like negotiating with an octopus who has amnesia.
They also are just a fraction of the country. So you have the leadership of the country, there's the Supreme
My last job I did first shift, but I started at that job on third shift.
It's not sometimes totally clear.
I'm kind of almost thinking I want third shift.
And I don't know if that's sometimes
I'm not a people person.
If that's bad faith. I wouldn't pretend to venture a guess there, but I will say with confidence, it's sometimes hard to figure out exactly what it is that the Iranians want to accomplish out of the negotiation.
The Iranians love the
They
ceasefire.
really want to have sex with children in heaven. I think that's what they want to do, man. They're out there. They're trying to plot their course. They're like, holy shit, how can I have sex with children in heaven?
Fire. If we bomb them again, it hurts them. If we cut a deal,
I did second shift for a while. That wasn't that bad.
And risk a revolution. Iran's frozen on a war footing, and it actually freezes the regime in power. CENTCOM Commander Admiral Brad Cooper was on the Hill today, and he says they've been using the ceasefire to go on a killing spree.
We saw them kill tens of thousands of their own people, and since the ceasefire, we've seen them hang dozens of people. Just yesterday, you saw the chief of police proudly announce that they arrested 6,500 Iranians for no reason.
Shit.
Trump has to change the status quo. Iran's wounded, they're cornered, but they haven't surrendered.
Not yet, but they will. They will. The Donald doesn't back down. Bro managed to win at least 2 elections in the United States. They tried to shoot him, they tried to kill him, they tried to jail him, they tried to impeach him, and the Donald got back up and he was like, you know what, I'm gonna fucking do this shit. And you know what? He did. And look at the demons that we're up against, man.
Well, costs are going up, and Iran's using the ceasefire to flex on CNN.
Yeah.
These kiosks have been set up in each of these sort of squares where members of the military there, you can sit them with masks on. They're showing people, in this case a woman,
the enemy within. We have CNN in Iran being their state propaganda, talking about, oh my god, Iran, this is red.
Oh, come on.
To fight their war. That's right. Oh my god, you see that little 8-year-old boy with an assault rifle that he can barely carry on a camel? He's going to be going up against our B-2 bombers. Wow, pray for little Abdullah over there. Hopefully little Abdullah manages to take down some of our shit. Right, yeah, you don't hate these fuckers enough, man. Trump wants to kill the terrorists. The terrorists literally want to die for Allah. The only people that actually doesn't want the terrorists to die are the Democrats, ironically. Least surprising news of the decade. Now, the Donald is literally slaughtering every one of his opponents in elections. All right, whether it's Democrats or Republicans that vote against him, the Donald made this tweet. All right, and he hasn't been on Twitter in months, but he showed up, and it's pretty insane. Horrible Congressman Thomas Massey put out an old endorsement from many years ago of him by me, long before I found out that he was the worst congressman in the history of our country. I endorse Ed Galbraith, a true American patriot, and a Navy SEAL, by the way. All right, who they're all going to call un-American. Which Massey knows full well, so the statement that he put out is fraudulent, just like he is fraudulent. Withdraw your fake statement, Massey, right now. President Donald J. Trump, 57 million views. This is actually massive. Now, in the past, when the Donald called out Massey in tweets, Massey would like retweet them when he would shit on Thomas Massey, and he would be like, "I ain't reading all that. I'm sorry. I'm happy for you though, or sorry that happened." And it's like, well, how did that turn out, fuckface? How did that turn out, brother? Did that go very well? I don't know. Well, this is Trump calling Thomas Massey a terrible congressman and a Democrat.
Yeah, Thomas Massey's a terrible congressman. He's been a terrible congressman from day one. Dealing with him is just horrible. I don't think he's a Republican. I think he's actually a Democrat. He's not a libertarian. You know, sometimes they say he's really a Democrat. He votes against us all the time. He voted against the border wall. He voted against men playing in women's sports. He voted against transgender for everybody, the mutilization of your children. He voted against, again, open borders. We have the best border we've ever had right now. Nobody's coming in. Yeah, Thomas
So, for the record, this is Donald Trump, the President of the United States, and the most popular and influential politician in our country by a landslide of the last decade. I don't know if you heard of it, but I'm just introducing him to you now. So this dude's been shitting on Massey a lot because Massey's been awful. Now, I campaigned against Massey as well because fuck that guy, honestly. All right, he voted against the big, beautiful bill. He voted against ICE funding. He voted against the border wall. I think one of the most important decisions that our country needs to make, and every Western country literally, is to shut off the infinite immigration of complete fucking retards into our countries that will all vote for Democrats forever because they want to get free shit. All right, so we have to shut that shut down. Now, Massey, the libertarian, is actually pro-migration. He is super pro-migration. He doesn't care about the H-1B visas and shit like that. Donald Trump was just shut down a massive call center. Thomas Massey is the call center. So honestly, he's against foreign funding, which is true, and I agree with him in that regard. But I am hired of him linking hands with the Democrats to call Trump the Epstein administration. His dictatorship, so does the administration endorse you, bro? Now, Thomas Massey invited from out of state, a Holocaust denier, obviously, wearing the American riot clothes into his home this weekend. All right, this fucker over here, you know, he said, but in regards to meeting a rabbi, this is what he said. My policy is not to meet with groups that lobby for foreign governments. All right, understandable. Now, interestingly enough, this Ryan Mata guy that was in Massey's house and campaigned for him while wearing a swastika cheers on American troops getting kidnapped. All right, literally. This is the Iran state propaganda.
We got some breaking news coming in from RT. Unfortunately, the video of the Marines getting captured turned out to be a total dud.
Unfortunately, our Marines weren't captured by Iran, says the guy that's campaigning with Thomas Massey. So, you know, I see a lot of people saying, I don't understand how Thomas Massey lost. He was like, oh, spoilers, Thomas Massey lost. But I don't understand why AIPAC is like trying to... For the record, I hate it. I think AIPAC fucking sucks. I want zero lobbying for foreign governments in our countries whatsoever. But like this dude goes on Fox News and just listen to how he responds to comments. And it's like, yeah, I guess AIPAC in front of his opponent, actually.
Understand the distinction you're trying to make. After 7 terms serving that district, will they decide to keep you in Washington now, sir?
I think they will. Like I said, we've got an endorsement
didn't age well.
of the pro-life groups, the pro-gun groups, the local elected officials, the congressmen.
For the record, Thomas
Now that
Massey
you
has
did
never
the job,
passed
I
a single
guess
bill
you
through
ain't
his
that
entire
damn bad
time
after
in
all.
Congress. He was a completely useless guy that occasionally was worse than useless because he voted with the Democrats. Just for the record.
Kentucky, who've come down and campaigned with me.
Oh,
And
look
my
who's
people
tired
are
of
smart
eating
enough
out of
to
dump.
understand that
What are
this
you
is
standing
Israel
there
trying to
for?
buy
Don't you have work to do?
Dude, no one's falling for this shit. Oh, the lowest IQ.
Alright,
inbred.
I'm gonna
show
take
you
a little
some really
smoke
nice
break
meltdowns
here.
As we keep going. You know, Tucker Carlson and Hassan Piker losing their mind that Thomas Massey lost, which is the greatest endorsement I've ever heard. But, like, are we serious? It's the Israelis in Kentucky that are not voting for you? Like, what? Are we even being serious?
Middleton has spent so much money on my election, they're going to have to scale down that ballroom that she was paying for. And she was born in Israel. The Republican
This is coming from literally nowhere, by the way.
Jewish Coalition and the American Israel Public Affairs Committee.
Like, this has nothing to do with the question asked. All right? They're like, do you think you're going to win the next election because you voted against Trump and shit? And he's like, the Israelis, the Jews, Miriam Adelson
have spent millions of dollars in this.
Like, again, and like, what are we even doing? All right, I've never seen him talk about Kentucky. I've seen him talk about Israel a lot. All right, so he lost. Spoilers, bro lost everything, like I called in my previous video. If you want to watch, you can see. It's me. It was me dancing on his grave a day early. Nostradamus strikes again. All right, listen, I'll just be real here. My Jewish contacts told me his loss was inevitable. So he gave, in my opinion, one of the most classless concession speeches I've ever seen.
I would have come out sooner, but I had to call my opponent and concede, and it took a while to find Ed Galrein in Tel Aviv.
Do you get it? Because the Jews own him. Do you get it? Navy SEAL, by Trump. The Jews own him, bro. Oh, we got him. Yeah. I didn't actually lose an election because I am an unpopular fuckface that voted against the border and shit and pissed off Trump constantly. I lost the election because the Jews got him. Like, bro, like the Jews did a lot of things that you could like make fun of and stuff. But like this, are we serious? The Jews are the biggest funders of Ed Galrein. You know what? Thomas Massey's biggest funder is also a Zionist Jew, by the way. All right? Like, everyone's, like, playing the same fucking game, man.
I did get the call through, though. I have called and conceded the race. We've been honorable the whole time.
We've been honorable, he says, after saying, I couldn't find his phone number. It's in Tel Aviv. You know, we've been so honorable. Just for the record, Thomas Massey's single largest campaign financier is an American Jewish billionaire. He's a key figure in the far-right Israeli think tank called the Kohelet Policy Forum, which actively pushes for Greater Israel Project. Massey is literally the last person that can start accusing people of being under the control of foreign Jewish influence, Lamau. The other thing is, by the way, Thomas Massey's biggest funders are also Iranian billionaires. Iranian billionaires have been funding him. Also, this far-right Israeli think tank is also his biggest funder. But you know what? That doesn't suit the narrative, all right? It doesn't suit the narrative, so we're just going to ignore that, and we're just going to make believe the only reason why he lost is because the Jews bought the election. And Kentucky voted for his opponent. All of the 3 entire area voted for his opponent. Are we being serious? It's humiliating. So this is him now saying at the end of his speech, actually, this is all part of his plan because he's planning on running for president.
So our job, and I'm not going to make any announcements tonight. I'm going to go back, have me a medical margarita. I'll hang out and party with you all. You know I don't drink recreationally. I have medical margaritas. I even have a medical margarita card. But what happened?
You hear some retards in the audience screaming 28?
What happened today? What happened tonight was God's will. And we have to figure out what was the purpose of having the biggest fight ever. Biggest fight ever. Why did it converge on one of 435 congressional seats right here in Kentucky? What was God's purpose? What is he showing us tonight?
All right, great question.
We're just getting started. I like that.
What is God showing us? Look, I have my theories. I'm not going to get involved right now because, look, it is not for me to interpret the will of God. But I'm just saying the guy that dodged a whole lot of assassination attempts just barely endorsed the other guy.
How am I out of stamina?
I'm not saying you're going to do it. Why would God? The chosen people did it. The bees right themselves. Can I just make the observation that while all these nitwits are yelling and screaming for 2028 that he's going to somehow win the election in the entire country?
Holy shit, that guy scared me.
Can I just make your attention know that he lost the fucking congressional district? Bro, you think this man's winning the country? Couldn't win fucking District 4 in Kentucky.
What happens in 2028? You want? You want me to run for Congress again? I don't know what you're talking about.
That's crazy. He has like no charisma either. He just like gets big tweets on Twitter because he talks about the Epstein files and shit.
You made a compelling argument. You spoke your piece, but I need a medical margarita right now.
Yeah, so anyway, compelling argument, running for president. Who knows? Maybe this is the soft
Dude, the medical margarita joke is,
District 4 in Kentucky.
yeah, not as funny as he thinks it is, especially when he keeps repeating it.
He dropped this one. He was a bad guy. He deserved to lose. And he did, actually. He did lose, actually. Crazy. Now, bro, everyone's been slaughtering him.
Look, I think we heard from Massey about it was a lot about Israel, and this is Israel's race. It's not America. Well, the voters of Kentucky did not agree with that.
Oh. Ultimately, the Israel First candidate was Thomas Massey all along.
I mean, it's their district. It's the fourth district. It's their vote. It's their view. They did not buy what Tom Massey was saying. It looks like with these results on the Israel, component of this, even on the war, even if they want this war wrapped up, they are giving the benefit of the doubt to Donald Trump over Thomas Massey, the Epstein file, all of that. Trump wins. Bill Hemmer is going to hold on one second.
Look, I'm just saying, Thomas Massey, with all of his Epstein documents exposing shit, not one guy was arrested. He didn't expose one pedophile. For all of his calling Donald Trump the Epstein administration, bro didn't expose a single guy. Let me just be real. Now, I have to show you the people losing their minds. It's the funniest thing in the world.
Well, I predicted today on air at 11 a.m. that Massey would probably lose. And it didn't matter if the scientific polls basically showed he was a few points ahead. When I saw Hegseth there yesterday and how confident he was,
Well, look here, boys. We got ourselves a real-life hero, and now he wants to be paid.
Campaigning against an American citizen? You mean like everyone's always done for all of history? Campaigning against an American citizen?
was campaigning against the power of the purse.
My shop, my rules.
Against Congress.
You follow,
Massey
or
had
you
almost
fuck
as
you're
much
getting
money
on.
put
Wipe
into
that
his
smirk
election
off
as
your
his
face.
opponent.
Doing
Wasn't
one
from,
job
like,
doesn't
Jewish
make us
donors.
pals.
His biggest
Got
donor was
it?
Jewish, but it wasn't from like the super PAC. All right, like this is crazy.
Unprecedented.
Let me see your inventory.
What? You got a fucking crush on me or something?
That's all you got for weapons? Oh my god, this guy is the worst.
Israel-funded opponent. Israel. So it doesn't matter. Given a lot of polls, he's 10 points ahead. Doesn't matter he's 20 points ahead of Bali Market. Doesn't matter. I could see the confidence the fix was in. They had a lot of ways to get that done.
Yeah, so they stole the election? Like, bro, are we serious? Are we actually serious? Like, these are unserious people. All right, so this is Ro Khanna, Democrat.
If you don't like my food, you can always go dumpster diving.
Crying that Thomas Massey, Republican, lost his race.
My good friend Thomas Massey lost tonight. I'm angered by the smears on his character. He lost because he had the guts to take on the Epstein class.
Do you understand the poison that Thomas Massey has poured into public discourse?
He lost because he had
If
the
you
guts
want a job from
to
me,
stand up
well,
against the
good
war
luck.
in Iran.
By the looks of
He
it,
worked
you're
with
gonna
me
need
to
it.
pass the most consequential and popular piece of bipartisan
It was
lit.
popular, but it was not consequential. Unfortunately, man, I wish we arrested pedophiles. Y'all didn't arrest a single fucking guy. All right, everyone out here with the
You know what?
Epstein
I'm gonna
shit,
play
y'all
some
didn't arrest
schedule
anyone.
one. I don't have much of a
You did slander a couple
audience.
people in Congress going after your list of a
People
bunch
that
of
are watching, I
innocent
don't think
people.
care
You did
what
do
I'm
that.
playing.
You did get that happening. That was pretty awesome. But you didn't actually. It wasn't consequential at all, by the way.
I'll at least change
Legislation
my
in recent
titles,
history
man. Maybe I'll
in the
pull some
Epstein
people in.
Transparency Act. Many young voters under 50 voted for him. He was winning them by over 30 points. And today I say you may not have a home in the Trump coalition.
Oh, that's right.
But there is a new generation of populist
Come to the Democrats.
and we welcome
Yes.
you to help.
Wow, Thomas Massey, you've done such a good fucking job for the Republican Party. Yes, absolutely. Now, all of your supporters have a home.
Oh, this one was schedule one, so.
Child aborting, open borders. That's right. You guys are absolutely livid that you lost your election. All right. Yes. Nothing says stand for the working class like admitting infinity migrants, demolishing public order, and turning public spaces into third world dystopias. True. You know, I'd like to offer some words of condolence to online Massey supporters, but I only speak English. How do you say "get fucked losers" in Pakistani? Just colossal fucking W here. You know, Bernie Sanders losing his mind that Thomas Massey lost his election. I'm sorry, this is the biggest endorsement of all time. APEC spent $9 million to take out Rep. Thomas Massey. Actually, it was the American people that voted him out. That's actually what happened. Trump mega donors spent another $7 million. He was the most ever spent in the House primary race, all because he defied Trump on Gaza and Epstein. Absolutely fucking not. He voted for open borders. he backstabbed Trump all the time. Like, what are we even doing? All right. No billionaires, super PACs should not buy our elections. One person, one vote. And that's exactly what happened. More people voted for the other fucking guy. It's unbelievable. Like, these are deeply unserious people.
For his reaction tonight, I asked him, what would Gallrein's victory mean tonight for the president's track record? And they told me it means the president keeps his commitment. So this is definitely a race.
That's right. The Donald is just undefeated. He points and he makes you a king. The Donald just fucking has a stranglehold on this. Now, the worst people are losing their mind. You know, this is Tucker Carlson laughing at people. This is amazing. All right, so this is mocking people who voted against Thomas Massey.
And when people win in a race like this, there's evidence of it. And that evidence takes very familiar forms. Enthusiasm, joy, and just sheer numbers. Like, people show up, they can't believe it. We beat the evil Thomas Massey with his jihadi backers. This is a blow against Islamic Jihad, whatever that is.
Oh, whatever that is.
Islamic
Muslims are so nice.
Jihad, which along with Hamas is one of the big problems in the 4th District of Kentucky.
Thomas Massey is the guy that keeps bringing up Israel. The other guy literally is just generic Republican guy. Look, you want to know the truth? I don't even like Ed Galrain particularly. I just want a guy that's actually going to fucking vote for Republican shit in order to pass our shit, okay? Yeah, a hot take. I want our border wall, and I want ICE funded, okay? I'm sorry, I don't want infinity brown people in our country.
They've been very, very concerned about Islamic Jihad and Hamas and Hezbollah.
Oh, Hezbollah. Right? Oh, I can't believe it. So this is Tucker Carlson. The Israel lobby takes out Thomas Massey and kills MAGA in the process. The good news is we confirmed how the system works. Yes, we did. People will actually vote for the guy that actually wants to close the fucking borders, actually. Massey's #1 mega donor, Jewish Zionist billionaire, wrote him $1 million check. Bro, dude. Dude, these people are like actual fucking clowns. Shout out to Tucker Carlson, who was 0 in 5 for candidate endorsements. Oh, just miserable. So Tucker Carlson, actually, he was just on Israeli television. God knows why. And again, he got absolutely humiliated. Again, this guy sucks, dude.
Again, this is probably the most violent country in the world, Israel.
So Israel is the most violent state in the world, even more than Iran? Are you serious?
No country, and I say this with sadness, but no country has boasted more about killing its political opponents than Israel.
When has Israel ever killed their political opponents? Oh my God. Get ready for the justification. This is gonna send you.
Of course, about its assassination programs, the Prime Minister of Israel gave a golden pager to the President of the United States. I was there. And that golden pager represented the pagers that Hezbollah leaders were killed by.
Hezbollah leaders are terrorists. Literally, designated foreign terrorists by the United States. That is not killing your political opponents. But that's how far gone this guy is. It's unbelievable how this guy just fucking fell into the swamp. I don't even know. Massey received 68,000 votes in 2020, 50,000 in 2022, 39,000 in 2024, and now he lost. Israel has been siphoning his votes every primary. Every primary, they've been siphoning his votes. Oh my God. They've been siphoning his votes every 2 years. Israel's been up for it. Or maybe he's just an unpopular guy because he sucks. All right, now Nick Fuentes, talked about the concession.
Politicians, party loyalists, influencers, guys like Captive Dreamer, emblematic of them. They're all saying something completely different.
Uh-oh.
And I told you that this is what they would do.
That's
all
right.
All of them, the White House and the mainstream media, they have a completely different take on this. They say,
right. It's not that Israel bought the election in rural Kentucky.
Thomas Massey lose? Well, it's not because the Jews injected $33 million to punish him for voting against foreign aid. They say this is a referendum on Trump's influence over the party.
Yeah, basically.
They have a very different take. They say that Trump pointed at the district,
That's right.
pointed at Massey,
That's right.
said he wanted him to lose,
yeah.
and so he lost.
Correct. And you know what? He did that 31 times so far. He won 31 out of 31 endorsements. All right, I don't think anyone is paying actual attention to politics at some point because
Massey was disloyal.
He voted to stop funding ICE. He called Trump a pedophile. He said the Epstein administration is doing this. He made a gigantic shit show over the Epstein files, which, by the way, nothing came out of that shit. For the record,
Trump went against Massey, hand-selected a primary opponent, and Trump got his way.
That's right.
So the real message is not go against Israel, lose your seat. The message is go against Trump, you lose your seat.
Yeah, basically, I guess. Yeah, actually. Yeah. If you're going to vote with the Democrats to try to impeach or slander the President of the United States that's on your side, that's trying to get shit done, that needs votes to pass, we got the big, beautiful bill passed by one vote. All right? Massey voted against it. All right? Like, are we serious? That was the centerpiece of Trump's entire policy. It's such a joke to make believe that that's insane. Nick Fuentes is crashing out over this, dude.
The neocons, these people, the Likudniks, they have been in control of the GOP, and all I know is this apparatus is shut down.
Yeah, bro is not happy, I am going to make it my sole mission to take the words from tonight and shove it up their ass. I'm supporting Democrats and a pure vengeance.
That's all I know.
That's right. If we couldn't get an open borders Republican, well, then I'm going to vote for open borders communists, baby. That's right. That's going to show the Republicans who's boss. All right, so this is Antunes. You might recognize him from previous videos. He is a Muslim living in Europe. We stand with Thomas Massey. We stand with Thomas Massey, yada yada. If Massey loses, it proves that voting doesn't matter, and that U.S. politicians are handpicked by billionaires. Destroy MAGA, burn MAGA, vote Democrat. Bro is literally a Muslim in Europe. Like, do you understand the PSYOP yet? Do you get the PSYOP? Is it working? Cenk Uygur, right? Big supporter of Thomas Massey. He had him on the show. Israel won in Kentucky. They 100% control the Republican Party. They will not serve America. They will only serve Israel. Unlike Cenk Uygur, who wants to import infinity Mexicans into America. Right? He wants to bring in every single Pakistani person, relocate them to Kentucky to win the next election. All right? But Cenk Uygur knows what America wants. That's right. It's fucking Turkish cockroach over here. Now, we all know we're occupied. Israel controls the government. Everyone telling you otherwise is obvious liars. The time for patriots. You literally, in my opinion, caused one of your fans to shoot 4 police officers. Okay? In Baton Rouge in 2016 or something. Right? You made that happen, in my opinion. All right? Like, are we serious? It is unbelievable. I will help build a left-wing populist alternative that's free of Israel. Bro, it's the most obvious psyop on the universe. All right? What are we even doing here? It's crazy. Of course, Sneeko, another one of these jihadi retards, had a nice little meltdown.
Massey lost?
Yeah. It was awesome.
He lost?
Yeah, he lost. It was awesome.
It's over?
It's over.
He's in the 4th district?
No. It's over. It's over.
Here we go. Okay, so...
I wonder why he lost.
Yeah.
Probably has nothing to do with him calling Trump a pedophile.
The Trump guy is polling at 54%, Massey's at 46.
Uh-oh.
All right. Damn, that's a lot of absentee votes. 5,000?
This guy never, ever saw an election before in his life. Like, we are dealing with politically illiterate retards.
An absentee? If you're in Kentucky, why are you absent? This is how there's probably some fraud in here.
He thinks because they're absentee votes, there's fraud. There's always absentee votes because some people just don't get off their ass and vote.
If you live in Kentucky, you're not going to leave Kentucky, right?
Fuck. I think absentee votes means people that fled the district so they weren't able to vote. Oh my god, like bro, we're dealing with actual fucking retards.
You're not. Where are you going?
They were in Israel, Sneeko. They were in Israel.
Well, that Trump came out of his retirement on X just to talk about this little election. It's like in total 36,000 votes. So small. It's over. Polymarket has the guy 99%. They rigged it.
They rigged it, boys. That's right. If we win the election, democracy. If they win the election, rigged. Rigged. Zero evidence, but rigged because the Jews, probably. It's pretty crazy. Ben Shapiro gets the last laugh on this one. We demand to be taken seriously. Every single one of the morons, they all endorse Thomas Massey. And if Massey loses tonight, he should run for president. If Massey
there we go.
He should run for president. This is what we call copium on an industrial scale. But in better news, Dave Smith is now a comedian again. Fantastic update. All right, Hassan Piker. It's amazing. It's so amazing watching them all get together, bro. Massey's defeat proves the Republican Party is pro-Epstein. Oh my God. So why didn't Massey try to expose the Epstein files under Biden? All right, 4 years under Biden, Massey doesn't expose the Epstein files. Trump shows up. He calls it the Epstein administration. You know, try some sort of hostile takeover. Like, are we being serious here? Like, you are deeply unserious people. Pro-Epstein, pro-Israel cult led by the cult leader, Epstein affiliate, servant of Israel, Donald Trump. It's the most obvious op of all time. It's not too late, Hassan. It's not too late. Please self-deport, Hassan. It's not too late, bro. You can still do it. Hassan crashes out when he sees the early results for Democratic primary.
The things the president has done very effectively, going back 10 years in his leadership of the Republican Party and the country as President of the United States, is he said, you know, I want people who fight for...
I'm done.
Nice little crash out for
Can I help you?
because a Republican primary ended. You can't make this up, man. Like, why are they all so mad? Why are they all so mad? Something very bizarre is happening. A major sex scandal involving an incumbent Republican congressional
What do you need?
candidate being Thomas Massey has been unfolded for a week, and with
What do you
no
need?
new details. And just a day before election. By the way, I covered this. All right, there are all sorts of allegations that he had, like, all these, like, he called them boner phones instead of burner phones, and he's been sexting with people allegedly right after his wife died. It was pretty weird stuff. Yet the he paid someone to silence them, stuff like that. Yet the mainstream media completely ignored it. They showed zero interest in interviewing anything, or even asking the candidate about it. Instead, the New York Times, Politico, ABC, and The Atlantic are doing puff pieces and softball interviews. Why is the left-wing biased media giving a Republican this kind of pass? That's so weird. I've never seen that before, unless literally, the left wanted Massey to win because he was basically just a leftist operative to destroy our party from within, essentially. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm tired of the... I'm also tired of
Thought
the
that dude was running at me.
We need to reform it by electing more and more
Caught me off
radical
guard.
motherfuckers to actually implement
Made me a
our
little
agenda
nervous.
little by little.
I didn't
Not
like that.
these
I'm
subservient,
uncomfortable now.
Weird little
Dude, freaked
slimy
me out.
retards that are gonna push every form of bullshit ever to throw it against ourselves. I'm done with the GOP. I'm registering as independent. All right, dude. Yeah, really? You're done with the GOP? Can we get an update on Trump is slowly but surely losing control of the GOP? Any update on this one, brother? Any update on this one? Looks like he didn't lose control completely,
let me go,
sir. Thomas Massey should dedicate his remaining 7
check up on Meth Boy.
burning it all down and revealing every last Why didn't he? Why didn't he do it until now? Hello? You mean to tell me that until now he was protecting pedophiles? Was Epstein... Was Thomas Massey a pedophile protector for like the last year and a half? Oh my God. He was a pedophile protector, wasn't he? All right. Based on my search of X posts, Thomas Massey posted about Jeffrey Epstein 0 times in 2021, 1 time in 2022, 0 times in 2023, 2 times in 2024, 198 times in 2025. Now tell me. Does this guy really seem like the good faith guy that's actually just trying to find justice for victims? Now, to be clear, I agree. He should totally name every last guy on the Epstein list. I want all these billionaire pedophile motherfuckers going to jail forever or die. Ideally die. All right? I'm not calling for violence. I mean, after a trial, of course. But this is like sad. This is just sad. Israel bought a congressional seat for $12 million. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's right. That's right. Israel destroyed Thomas Massey with $12 million. Yup, that's what Israel's doing while they're at war. That's right. Big Jew over here. He's just destroying little congressional districts. $12 million a piece. That's all it costs. That's all it costs. I don't know if you heard. Right? The crash outs are unbelievable. Win re-election consistently for the last 14 years. Each time with less and less votes, by the way. Mildly criticize Israel once. Instantly lose. Interesting. I wonder if that's really why he lost. And it wasn't the fact that he's calling Donald Trump the Epstein president in the most Trump popular county in the fucking country. Yeah, that's right. It's the Jews. Yep. That's how it is. That's how it is, bro. These memes are. Yep, that's how it is. He went against Trump. That's it. Bro, are we like being serious? This is fucking retarded, man. Trump endorsed Andy Barr, and he won in Kentucky, replacing Mitch McConnell, by the way. Every single one of these anti-Republican retards is losing, all of them. 21 Trump-endorsed candidates won their primaries today, all right? But the Massey one specifically was rigged for Israel. These are deeply unserious people that fell for a psyop, and they're trying to tear our country to shreds. Don't fall for the fucking slop. Anyway, rest in shit, Massey. I'm convinced libertarians are retarded now, by the way. I really need someone to disprove this immediately because otherwise I'm totally radicalized. Every time a based libertarian right-winger talks about importing infinite Indians into the country for low-wage tech jobs, I become more of a far-right authoritarian. Literally every single day. I want a small government, but I want law and order, okay? And I am so against this infinite migration pussy shit. And if the libertarians don't want to play ball, then they're going to need to find themselves a home with the child castrators on the other side. The reason why Thomas Massey lost his election, and the reason why the majority of voters in his district did not vote for him, is because he's a schizophrenic retard. He calls Trump an Epstein affiliate and part of the Epstein class, and then he literally makes believe Trump endorsed him on his election because the Trump endorsement means so much to him. But he's still a pedophile, part of the Epstein elite. Based right-wing guy that votes against border security and ICE funding and the big beautiful bill. And then he's like, I agree with Donald Trump a heck of a lot more than I disagree. You fucked around too close to the sun, and you found out. Now, Theo Von, let's go! Rep Thomas Massey! And then he lost. Terrible day for Theo Von, honestly. Just absolutely miserable. It's really sad. It's really sad, honestly, that we have, like, these comedians. And I like Theo Von. I think he's a funny guy. I think he has a good heart and stuff. And I think he's been manipulated by, like, the internet blackpilling. And honestly, I just think he's not very intelligent, honestly. And he's falling for, like, all the shit. Right? So this dude is talking about how Theo Von's just spiraling.
All right, so Joe Rogan continues to be worried about Theo Von's mental health and him spiraling out of control. He brought this up recently during a podcast, and the clip went viral, and then Theo felt the need to address it. Like,
Oh boy, this is gonna be a shit show. Lock in, everybody. I cover all the things every day.
Rogan brought up Theo bombing his Netflix taping last year because afterwards Theo said, "I'm just trying not to take my own life." So everybody started freaking out about it. But I think he said he was just joking and people took it too seriously, even though he admits he was going through it because he was trying to get off antidepressants. And he was caught up in some controversy, and like DHS posted a video using a clip.
You're telling me that this is the guy that's talking about politics? It's so sad, man. It's so, why can't comedians just be comedians, you know?
Of him, which he got a ton of backlash for from the left. Then he told him to take it down, then he got a ton of backlash from the right. And also Mark Maron made that joke in a special about how Theo would do a podcast with Hitler, which Rogan claimed caused him to start spiraling. So now whenever Theo's on Rogan's podcast, Rogan seems really concerned that he's losing it and antidepressants are making it worse. Like a few months ago, when Theo was on there, he kept talking about how he's been on antidepressants since high school and he really wants to get off of them, but it's too difficult.
Whenever they introduced antidepressants, that changed.
Don't worry, he endorsed Thomas Massey.
It's like the cognitive therapy side of things, like in therapist office, it totally revolutionized, like industrialized therapy, and it ruined a lot of people. I think. Like one of my
straight facts.
goals is to get off of antidepressants.
Dude, the way that dude is
I want to
talking.
feel how I'm supposed to feel, so I can have thoughts and actions.
Look,
Like he's
antidepressants
jacked
help
up
some
on
people
something.
For sure, absolutely, but they are weaponized. All right, Big Pharma is getting people to push it, which is why Democrat policy put antidepressants everywhere. All right, listen, I will not lie to you. Every single TV show talks about antidepressants like they are literally the fucking savior. All right, antidepressants, son of God. You know, like, that's how it's talked about in every single TV show. It's like, I know I was going through it, no, it was so bad, and then I took antidepressants, everything's amazing. It's like, it's really tiring how this infinite propaganda machine is designed to drug our people, in my opinion, to psyop us and control us. Honestly.
That like
I think 90% of people on antidepressants don't need to be.
make me feel connected to the world. That shit makes you feel dead, man.
So why did you take them in the first place?
Because I was in a bad relationship 20 years ago and I was having a tough day at school and they gave me.
That's right. That's called child grooming. The left loves that, by the way. That's their favorite thing.
To me, and then I never got off.
Really?
Because when you get off, I think we talked about this once, it's hard.
Yeah, it makes you more depressed, more fucked up, and you're all imbalanced, and you're addicted to them.
Yeah. And so that's one of my goals is, and I noticed like for me, I've been taking like methyl blue. I've been doing some things like, and I'm working with a doctor to help me, but I'm gonna get there, and I'm just gonna start to take the power back of myself more.
Also during this podcast, there's this clip that went really viral, and Joe got a ton of shit for it, where he told Theo he's losing his marbles after he started freaking out about everything going on in the world. Like this looked really bad on Joe's part, but afterwards when the clip started making the rounds, Theo came out and defended Joe and said he's been really supportive and he's grateful for him.
It's all just a cat and mouse game. People are like, we'll elect the Democrats next time. It's like, but it's all the same shit has been happening forever. They haven't been helped.
It is crazy how people fell into the black pill spiral and actually believe this. I'm telling you, it's like, it's the low IQ position. It really is. And it's so sad watching the PSYOP work on these people. Under Trump, right now, we have net negative migration for the first time in my lifetime, in your lifetime. Like, hello, this is the thing that everyone voted for. If, honestly, that was the only thing promised to us, and Trump became president and it happened, we would call it a glaring success. He just promised more than that. All right, he promised mass deportations, which did not happen yet, unfortunately. And hopefully they will, and they probably won't, and hopefully we will be able to elect an even more radical guy to actually do that shit next time. All right, but that's how it works. Things moving from
Really, dude?
over the window shifted dramatically. They just signed a bill in Congress today stopping grooming children into this trans garbage. At the time of recording this just happened 5 hours ago. U.S. passed legislation to stop the transgender indoctrination of our kids in schools nationwide. This happened 5 hours ago, by the way. Okay, so this whole idea, and also this is also a blow to the trans community. We're starting to file legislation to bring back hangings. Trans people in absolute shambles. It's absolute. One of the most transphobic rules I've ever heard is bringing back hangings for pedophiles. I can't believe it, honestly.
Helping anybody forever. They're letting fucking politicians slurp on kids. All of our fucking money goes to Israel, and they're using it to fucking genocide.
All of our money. 0.001% of our money goes to Israel. All of our money. Again, I'm against it, all right? I feel like I have to say this every single time. But the hyperbole is insane. We spend 20 times on NATO what we spend on Israel, and we get fucking nothing from NATO. Zero. All right? At least we get something from Israel. We get nothing from NATO. All right? For the record. All right? We spend so much more on all the socialized bullshit, the social services garbage here. All right? Like, it's an insane, myopic, low IQ way of thinking. I'm not even blaming Theo Von for this specifically. The entire ecosystem is so fucked by really radical, loud voices that are retarded and have no evidence. All right? Like, again, I am against all foreign funding. I don't want it. We spent more money on the Ukraine war than we spent on Israel in history of the country. All right? But no one wants to actually put this shit into perspective ever. All right? I'm against foreign aid. Yes, that includes to Israel. But like, can we put this into perspective for a second, please?
People, it's like everybody is scared out of their wits right now. It's like our religious leaders are afraid to speak out, and it's like it's a time where it's like Satan is amongst us, and our religious leaders are fucking talking about bullshit at the poll. It's just like, what is going? I don't know, man.
Your religious leaders.
We gotta get you up with an antidepressant, son. You're losing your fucking marbles.
You think I am?
Come hang out with us. Just chill.
I'm
out.
here.
Just chill out at the mothership tonight.
I do have to pee in a little while, but
you can pee.
I'm gonna pee in a minute, man.
We'll let you.
But no, people are just scared, dude. This is shit that I hear from people.
They won't let you pee until you give them your guns.
So you think after all the backlash Joe got for this, you'd avoid talking about Theo's mental health, especially when Theo's not there? But then last week during an episode, Joe and Marcus King were talking about antidepressants, and Joe brought up Theo wanting to get off them and how he's been spiraling ever since his Netflix taping, and he's worried about Theo taking his own life. He was pretty dramatic about it, which, if he's that worried, I don't know if publicly talking about
That's
it like this is
pretty
gonna help.
stupid.
But maybe since Theo is really open
dumb.
about it and taking antidepressants
No,
and
that's an L move, bro.
health problems, Joe thought it'd be fine.
Yeah, Theo Vaughn's going through the exact same thing. And last time he was on the podcast, he was explaining it to me. It freaks me out because I know Theo has had conversations before, like even publicly. He had a Netflix taping, and it didn't go well. It was like they actually they shelved it. They never used it. And there was all these stories from people that were there saying he bombed. I think he just had kind of a breakdown. And when he was talking to the crowd, and there's a video of it, he said, the people were saying, "Hey, we still love you. Thank you. Look, I'm trying not to take my own life. That's what I'm trying to do right now." Yeah. And like you hear stuff like that, and you just go like, "Oh, Jesus Christ!"
Yeah,
I've known too many people
horrible.
that I didn't think were going to kill themselves, and then did. And then he goes down these spirals where he starts talking about world events and freaking out. I'm like, "Oh, Jesus Christ! Like I gotta help this dude." And so I send him things about people getting off
What
of
are you
it.
talking about on your podcast? Bro, not everything needs to be a podcast.
And apparently there's some doctors that specialize in getting people off of them. But here's the thing about that chemical imbalance thing. That's not real. They used to think that that was what these things do, that they treated a chemical imbalance. But then recently, studies have shown that that is not what they do. They don't exactly know what they do. And they kind of numb you in some sort of a way that helps some people.
So I think Joe bringing up the Netflix thing and acting like Theo might be suicidal is probably what Theo didn't appreciate, because, I mean, that happened like 7 or 8 months ago, and he obviously just wants to move on from it, probably hopes people forget about it.
Yeah,
he already addressed it a few times, too, and told people
No,
that
this
don't
was
need
an
to
L
worry.
for
Because
sure.
after he said that, of course, everyone freaked out and messaged him to see if he's all right, which I'm sure he was kind of embarrassed about, because, I mean, it was a pretty stupid thing to say. And obviously the people around him are going to be concerned. So the fact that Joe brought this up like 8 months later and gets really serious about it, like he actually thinks Theo's suicidal, that's probably why Theo felt the need to respond, because, this clip started making the rounds and everybody's probably worried about him all over again. So he decided to address this on Facebook and Twitter, and he said, "This is mostly made up. Sad to see this kind of stuff. I'm doing great. I'm a human being, which is a rocky ride, but I'm doing fine, thanks." And then he also said, "Some people are saying false stuff and posting things online to try to make it look like I'm struggling or something. That's just not entirely true. I'm doing fine. People want to say things, and I don't know why. I can't control that, but I can speak up for myself." So if Joe really is worried about Theo's mental health, talking about this publicly and making it seem like he's barely hanging on is
Yeah,
obviously
no,
a
I
terrible idea.
agree.
And Joe
I
should have
actually
learned this
agree.
already after he told Theo he's losing his marbles, especially now that Theo's criticizing Palantir in Israel. So when Joe acts like Theo's losing it, people of course think, "Oh, he's only saying that because Theo's speaking."
Oh my God, bro! But here's the thing, like, I do think Joe Rogan's compromised by Palantir. He keeps talking about Theo Vaughn or whatever, but he talks about how Peter Thiel is like the best guy. He's so fucking good. He's besties with all the Palantir people, and I don't know, man.
Speaking out too much. So the timing looks really bad here. People are saying Joe's trying to take him down because he talks about Peter Thiel, Israel, and Palantir too much. And people are seriously telling him that Rogan is setting him up to be
I think it's a mix of things. I think Joe Rogan is compromised by the Palantir people and the big tech people. But at the same time, I do think that Theo Vaughn is spiraling because he's like bought into like this black pill doomer mentality that whoever you vote for, it's infinite money to Israel.
suicided, and he was already really paranoid. Like, he's talked about how he thought people were after him and following him around, and he's nervous about a Palantir drone taking him out. And he also hangs out with Candace Owens a lot, so I'm sure she's just making him even more paranoid.
What was this tweet? Why'd Rogan throw you under the bus? Like, laying to groundwork, so if you commit suicide, it looks natural. Oh my fucking God, these people are like actually retarded. Like, they're gonna think Israel's gonna kill Theo Vaughn. Oh my God, are you fucking insane? Like, bro, these people are crazy.
He's nervous about a Palantir drone taking him out, and he also hangs out with Candace Owens a lot, so I'm sure she's just making him.
Oh, bro. Like the little devil on your shoulder. Are we serious?
Even more paranoid. You know, she thinks an Israeli assassin hired by the president of France is trying to take her out. So I'm sure she pushes these theories on Theo, and will probably tell him Rogan's trying to take him down. So I honestly wouldn't be surprised if he starts to believe it. But also, him and Rogan have known each other for a long time, so that'd be pretty wild. But I'm sure Theo has a lot of people in his ear telling him Rogan's trying to make him look crazy, or take him down, or even take him out, because he's exposing Israel and Palantir too much. So that'd be hilarious if Theo actually turned on
I love
Rogan.
how exposing these secret cabals is just a couple of people with like zero idea or research just talking about things on podcasts. Hey, we may have lost Thomas Massey as a congressman, but look at it this way. We've gained a podcaster, ladies and gentlemen. The Thomas Massey podcast is going to expose everything, and it's coming soon. You'll see.
Because of that, or because he just doesn't like how Rogan talks about how he's losing his mind or whatever. You know, he obviously took offense to that because, I mean, it seems like Rogan talks down to Theo and treats him like a helpless child, which actually a lot of people seem to do, and the guy's almost 50, so it's getting to be pretty weird. Also, Theo might be insulted because when he talks about political issues and is critical of Israel and Palantir, Joe kind of dismisses it and tells him he needs to chill and he's losing it. But when
Because his political issues are retarded, man. Look, you can criticize Israel as much as you want. Criticizing Palantir is based as fuck, actually. I also criticize Palantir. I think that shit's insane. I also criticize Israel in certain regards when they actually do crazy shit. But saying that all votes are the same and they go to the same pedophiles that are just controlled by the Jews, it's like, my guy, what are we doing? This guy thinks that time-traveling Egyptian assassins killed Charlie Kirk. Like, I'll be real here. There's something wrong with that.
Rogan's other friends like Tim Dillon
like this shit.
talk about the stuff. He doesn't seem to mind it as much and is more interested in hearing about it. And
Because they actually have substance.
Dude,
to
you
what
are
they
a
say,
picky
I guess.
motherfucker,
I love
man.
listening to Tim Dillon. He's always talking about how great his podcast is. And pretty much all Tim talks about is Israel, Palantir, AI, the Epstein files, and war in Iran. And
Look,
he's
the podcast world is just the same 12 people interviewing each other again and again, man.
just as critical of it all as Theo, maybe even more, but he's more articulate about it and funnier about it. So Theo might be offended that when he tries to talk about this stuff, Rogan doesn't take him as seriously.
Cop
But when
crashing
Tim does,
into
Rogan
shit.
will-
Because he sounds fucking stupid, man. I'm not trying to be rude here. I think Theo Von's a funny guy, but when he's trying to talk about world events, it's just unbelievable.
Was it like during the same podcast where he said Theo was spiraling and paying too much attention to world events? He gave Tim multiple shout outs, and he said he learned about this manifesto Palantir put out through Tim Dillon's podcast. And then Rogan pulled up something about it, and then he started talking shit about the CEO of Palantir. And Tim is much better at talking about this stuff than Theo, and he actually got invited to a Teal party, so Teal tried to compromise him, but Tim turned it down and now just trashes him constantly. Like, this stuff is pretty much all Tim talks about now. You know, Israel, AI, the Iran war, the Epstein class. He even said he thinks Trump has probably had sex with underage girls.
Dude.
So if we're talking about a comedian that speaks out about this
It
stuff,
had
I think
two
Tim
of
is
his
probably the
favorite
best at it right
things.
now. And Rogan seems to love it. Like, he always recommends Tim's podcast. And Tim even got him to start talking shit about the CEO of Palantir, which I know people would say Rogan's only criticizing him to gain back trust and
I think so.
get people back on his side, which could be true. But the fact that Rogan always shouts out Tim's podcast and tells people to listen to it contradicts the people that say Rogan tries to destroy his friends that criticize Palantir and Israel. You know,
Here's the thing. I really just think Joe Rogan is just a guy. I don't think he has like these evil machinations. I think he is compromised unknowingly because he he likes being buddies with all these like super big billionaire tech guys, and so therefore he kind of wants to have their back. But I think it's more of an unknowing psyop. I don't think he's actually getting paid. Bro's worth $100 million. He's not getting paid by Peter Thiel to suck the butt of Palantir. Right? I think sometimes the obvious explanation is actually just the true one. I think Theo Von is a tragically depressed guy who's funny, but he's not that well-read or intelligent in regards to geopolitics. And he flounders a lot, and he black pills easily, and he has Candace Owens giggling in his ear that's been spending all their holidays together. Candace Owens telling him about how actually it's the secret Jew cabal that invented space, all right, or whatever else Candace Owens is pushing these days.
that's all Tim does, and Rogan constantly gives him shout-outs. But Theo might look at this and be like, why does Rogan love when Tim's trashing Israel and Palantir, but when I do it, he thinks I'm out of my mind?
Not listening.
Why do you like the political analysis of someone that does research, and you don't like the political analysis of someone who just has like these emotional diarrhea smearing competitions with Cenk Uygur?
The Tim Dillon show, you're fucking up. It's the funniest fucking take on all the chaos that's going on in the world. I don't think there's anybody better right now. His podcast is fucking phenomenal. It's my must-listen to podcast every week.
Yep.
It's so good.
Just make that guy's head big. Make Alex Karp's head big for me. If you thought about like a Pinky and the Brain world domination plan, and you asked a sketch artist to come up with who they thought would be carrying this out. And you know, this is Peter Thiel's partner here, not romantically, but in global governance. This is exactly what you would think. I mean, this is exactly what you would come up with. You would come up with this guy. But Palantir put out a manifesto, and I believe it is 22 points? I believe it is. And one of them is they're calling for a draft. And the promise of technology was that it was going to make wars less common. But Palantir is like, let's relax with that, because we think there's going to be some big wars, and we're gonna be like, Palantir. These are the people that came out and were like, we're going to be fighting a 4-front war. So get ready for that. So we need a draft, and we need a lot of money, and we're going to build a lot of autonomous drone death machines, and we're going to need a lot of security measures for the homeland. So goodbye to your liberty. Bye-bye. This will be like the Patriot Act on steroids. Younger people are what? Fuck Gen Z, Gen Alpha. Who gives a fuck? You're all dead. You're all dead in a Palantir war. It does seem like they are going to make money from enslaving the human race and keeping it in a constant state of war. Just an observation from the outside. I'm no genius.
Drafting people. I was listening to the Tim Dillon show.
Sounds like that guy's pretty anti-Palantir. So again, I think Joe Rogan is potentially compromised, psychologically speaking, but I don't think he's actually paid. I don't think Theo Von is paid. I don't think Tim Dillon is paid.
Oh,
I'm so tired of like, this Fed accusation slop.
When he was saying that, see if this is true, that Palantir thinks that we should reintroduce conscription, that kids should start getting drafted again into the military, and they should have mandatory military experience for kids. Why the fuck would a tech company be saying that we need to move towards universal national military service? How about fuck you? How about fuck you, you go? Because, you know, none of these tech dorks that are running these companies, they're not doing it. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Throwing meat into the machine, throwing people's children into these unnecessary wars. Fuck you.
So Tim is much more critical of all this stuff than Theo is, and this is mainly what Tim focuses on. Like Theo, most of his podcasts are still normal interviews where he's just goofing around, but Tim covers this stuff every episode. Like this is what he talks about for a living, basically, and his podcast is bigger than ever now, and he's even getting Rogan to start criticizing Palantir. So I just don't see how the elites are like, Joe, you gotta take out Theo Von. But then,
yeah, that theory's fucking stupid. All right, and anyone who believes it is retarded. All right, low IQ barbarians creating slop content for this poor guy.
I don't care that Rogan is constantly promoting Tim Dillon, who is much better at covering this stuff than Theo is, and he talks about it more often. Like if we're talking about who's the threat to the elites, I'd say Tim is way ahead of Theo. He also used to go off on Elon Musk all the time too. I mean, he doesn't hold back. And Theo, he's interviewed Mark Zuckerberg, Sam Altman, Alexander Wang, who I think he's friends with. He also is friends with Jared Kushner. I don't know if he still is. You know, that guy, he's a big reason why I went to war with Iran. He's really close with Netanyahu and is the architect behind the plan for turning Gaza into resorts. So Theo is way more compromised than Tim Dillon is. I mean, I don't think Theo will ever criticize Jared Kushner, but Tim has whole episodes about him. Also, Theo was at Trump's inauguration and last year went to the Middle East with him, which I think he probably regrets all that. You know, I think he just got in way over his head, interviewing Trump and JD Vance twice and getting really political. I don't know if that was the best idea.
Totally agree.
Like, he didn't know what he was doing.
He saw a big opportunity, he took it, and now he feels like, and now I think people are manipulating him to say, you got Trump elected, and Trump is in the Epstein class. All right, because Thomas Massey released the thing. It's all one big cabal of retards vomiting in each other's mouths.
Even though, I mean, this man is almost 50 years old, so he should have known better. But it seems like he was just clueless about how corrupt these people are, and now he's starting to wake up to it. Which maybe he thinks he flew too close to the sun, and now he's nervous because he personally knows a lot of these people. Like, I'd say if you're going to be criticizing Israel, Palantir, and AI, I don't know if you want to be hanging out with Jared Kushner, Donald Trump, JD Vance, and Mark Zuckerberg. So it makes sense that he's paranoid, but is Rogan trying to make him go crazy or take him out? I guess we'll see. No, but I think Rogan...
Yeah, Rogan's not trying to take him out, okay? Like, bro, we've got to stop. I love me a good conspiracy theory. There needs to be something there. Like, this is illogical horse shit. This is like Candace Owens soap opera garbage. Right? Who's buying this?
Is genuinely worried about him, and everybody treats Theo like he's a wounded deer that needs their help. It's kind of cringy, but Rogan screwed up big time bringing up Theo's mental health, and maybe he didn't know this was going to happen, but now, of course, also all the conspiracy theorists and people are getting in Theo's ear telling him he's being set up to be suicided.
Dan Bilzerian, this is going to be good. He's Jewish, by the way. Rogan is such a disloyal, backstabbing piece of shit for saying all this publicly, all because Theo had the courage to speak up. No, he said it. Yeah, you're right. He is retarded for saying it publicly, but it's not because Theo had the courage to speak up. It's because he's worried about Theo, because Theo is spiraling, obviously. All right, this is coming from Dan Blazarian. I want to become president so we can go to put boots on the ground and kill Israelis, all right? Like, bro.
Which, I don't know if that's going to help his mental health, but let me know what you guys think about it all down in the comments. And make sure you check out my Patreon. You know, people say Rogan doesn't criticize.
Bro, it is honestly insane. Insane watching all these people just spiral out of control. Honestly, Thomas Massey losing his election is awesome, actually. I am tired, just absolutely tired of the infinite slop that these people have been peddling. No evidence, no conclusions, no resolutions, just demoralizing infinite slop and it's just unbelievable, bro. I love me some good conspiracies. I do think that there is some sort of elite group of globalist retards that are trying to, whatever, fuck our shit up, all right, with their anti-natalist infinite propaganda. I just think it's all on the left. Yeah, I do think that there's obviously some double agents and shit, but I do think the majority of it is pushing for leftist doctrine, leftist policy. And I think that the biggest threat to our country is that leftist anti-God ideology, you know? Like, people make fun of the transing the kids thing, but, like, that's the most fucked up, immoral shit I've ever heard in my life. Right? Open borders. In every country's the same. All cultures are equal. No cultures are better than others. Morality is subjective. Become a feminist. Don't have children. Don't get married. Don't make families, actually. Nothing you earn actually belongs to you. We will just let the government own it and redistribute it to Somali terrorists or whatever the fuck we do these days. This is like a very obvious material threat to our nations and cultures, and we are just getting our people riled up by infinite retard flinging. And all that does is actually weaken our current stranglehold on the culture, which we have, and it puts the dipshits that want to fucking rape us, puts them back into power. Turn us into the United Kingdom or something. No thanks. You could fuck yourself, sir. I get a lot of shit for taking very radical stances in certain areas, and I understand why some people would not be interested in watching my content because they have different opinions and stuff, and I lay mine out. I don't actually care if you agree with me. I just want to lay out my perspective here, and I really love our country and hope we survive. And God willing, we will. Now, the Hassan Piker PSYOP crash out has got to be one of the funniest things I've ever seen. So Hassan Piker, radical leftist, he hates Republicans, he wants every Republican dead, stuff like that. So Massey's defeat proves the Republican Party is pro-Israel, pro-Epstein, cult led by cult leader, Epstein affiliate, servant of Israel, Donald Trump. You know, you got Hassan every day talking about this stuff. I was really rooting for Massey, a libertarian right-wing guy. Yeah, sure you were. I'm sure you were. Because it's a giant game that we are losing because we're too honest. All right, I'm sorry, man. I know this is going to be like, well, my biggest flaw is I'm just too humble. But bro, the issue is we are not willing to acknowledge that these people use words to manipulate, deceive, and destroy us. If we have radical, communist, Islamist, pro-China Hassan Piker mourning Thomas Massey losing a Republican primary in Kentucky, all right, we know that we did something right by that election. All right, here's him crashing out. You know,
he said, you know, I want people who fight for...
I'm done.
Right? So this is the response.
It's early. It's too soon to tell. But God damn it!
Right, so this is Hassan Piker looking into the Kentucky primaries. Now, you will notice something massive if you start actually paying attention. All right? Because it's all an op. This is how they operate. They just live in a marketplace of lies. As a longtime fan of Asmongold, I think it's time for Twitch to ban him. This is the right move for the platform and creator. It hurts me to write this, but he has clearly been radicalized. All right? Are you serious, bro? Never thought I'd be listening to Hassan on Twitch. This is an old tweet of his. He's so much more agreeable than I thought he would be. And Hassan Piker likes the tweet. All right? So it's like these people are all lying retards. All right, let's be honest. That's what we're up against. We're up against an entire cabal of lying, manipulative retards. All right, all these guys, they'll go to Cuba and they'll do their little fucking communist parade in Cuba, talking about how Cuba actually loves the people. They just lie. They lie and they psyop. All right, Mr. Longtime fan of Asmongold here is not a longtime fan of Asmongold. All right, do not fall for this slop garbage. All right, now this is the craziest one. So someone just made a video basically exposing him in the worst way possible. He knows that there is this fake psyop to make him popular, and he just kind of tries to make it happen anyway through lies and deception. You know, classic Hassan Piker cockroach behavior. You know, this is the same as him signal boosting. Like, there's this group of, like, leftist Hassan Piker dick riders that have been trying to dox and swat me for a really long time. And he's, like, signal boosting these guys. You know, makes believe he's against all that. And he signal boosts all of it. It's like, it's the same shit again and again with this guy.
A lot of people are laughing at this. It looks like Hassan fans have reached a new low of desperation. So desperate to prop the guy up that now they're just lying. Which isn't new, I suppose, but this...
that's leftist ideology. Just use your words to manipulate them and destroy them.
Specific situation is new. So what happened is, this person's been a Hassan fan for years, apparently, runs this account on Twitter that's like a totally politically obsessed account. All they do is talk about leftist politics and try to get people to vote for Democrats. That's all they do on their account.
Right.
And so they've talked about Hassan for years, but then suddenly out of nowhere,
yeah,
they LARP as if they've never been a fan of
I kept
Hassan.
thinking about it, and
they say,
besides that, this look at that, my numbers are already going up. This game gets better views in 7 Days to Die.
This account is mentioned. They find that this person has actually been a Hassan fan for years, and it was all a lie.
I mean, I'm
on social.
Many such cases.
I know I said at the end of the month that I'm not going to be able to do it, but I should still at least try to shoot for partner.
Scroll through Twitter.
I mean, I only need, I think, 3 or 4 more days where my average view is over 75 and I'm partner. So I mean, if I'm gonna keep doing it, I should try to pull in an audience.
Social media, like that is just so insanely desperate. And dishonest, of course. It's pathetic.
I'm not. I haven't quit yet. Basically, is what I'm saying.
You should expect. This is why I keep saying.
I mean, yeah, I'm probably not going to be doing it next month, but I haven't quit yet.
Thou shalt not murder, and they'll celebrate Luigi Mangione or whatever. They don't believe in thou shalt not steal. They'll all support BLM and looting stores and shit like that. Why do you think they believe in thou shalt not bear false witness? All right. Here's the thing. If their morals are actually just spit and duct tape, and the only thing they want is power, why would you ever believe the words they use? The words they use just exist to manipulate and control you. That is why they use words. They're like demons from Free Rig. They use words to control you. They don't believe in the things they say. You know, it's like, you know, Donald Trump is criticizing Jimmy Kimmel. I thought he cared about the First Amendment. I care about the First Amendment. No, you fucking don't. Trump was banned from Twitter while he was the sitting president of the United States of America, and you all celebrated. Shut up. Not a single one of you care about the First Amendment. None of you. Oh, trans people shouldn't get guns. People are trying to ban trans people from getting guns. The Second Amendment. You hate the Second Amendment. You just want trans people to shoot us because they're fucking retarded. All right, let's be honest. Let's be real. You know, like every time a trans person, you know, criticizes you, don't believe their words. Just respond, you're trans. And then they'll crash out. They'll have the big thing, and then you just respond with trans. And that's it. It's over. Why would you engage with these people? They don't believe that men are men. They believe men could be women. And you expect to beat them as a wordsmith in debate? Like, at some point you have to realize the PSYOP is huge. And it's half the population.
Begins with this account, Winter. Lefty Winter, Gen Z 23-year-old neurodivergent socialist / progressive talking
AI-generated profile picture, by the way.
Politics, news, and more daily.
You can tell. Once you actually start paying attention, like, you get so good at picking out what's AI.
Except there's not really more. The whole account is mentioned. It's just them trying to get people to vote for Democrats. That's literally all they do. They spend all day being politically brain-rotted on Twitter.com, zero personality, just, hey, vote left, hey, vote left, hey, vote left. And so that takes us here.
My favorite thing is seeing something just, like, beautiful and wholesome. Just like something just amazing, like a dad playing with his son, and the son is laughing. You know, the son caught a Pokemon for the first time, and he's laughing, and he's saying, "I love you, Dad." Right? You just see that, and then you just go to a leftist, and you show it to them, and you say, "The left has no response to this." it's such a fucking W every single time. You know, you see something like just adorable, something cute and adorable in nature or whatever, and you're like, "Well, the left has no response to this one."
The aforementioned tweet. Lefty Winter saying, never thought I'd be listening to Hassan on Twitch.
Do you know how many of these people do this? This is the new PSYOP. Right? Never thought I'd be listening to Hassan on Twitch from Mr. Eric. They all do the same game. It's the same game from all of these people trying their absolute best to manipulate you.
He's actually more agreeable than I thought he would be.
Right.
Yeah, but then people look into this. They say this person is pretending not to know who Hassan is, even though they've tweeted about him several times, dating back to November 23rd, 2023.
Yeah, right after Hassan Piker started supporting Hamas terrorists, this guy became a Hassan fan.
On top of that, on May 1st, 2026, She posted a screenshot showing that she was following him. Believe it or not, this community note is actually pretty mild. It's even worse than that. Because if we go to the responses, for example, we can see this. Oh gosh, yeah, spoiler, not spoiler alert, but warning to your eyes in advance. But here you go. This account Balkan Mindset says, can any of you freaks be honest just for a second?
No, they can't. They don't believe in honesty. They don't believe in honesty as a virtue. See, that's what I keep saying, right? I have to say something very real here. God is awesome. And if you take your ethics or your morals from God, then they are inherently powerful. But if you don't, then your morals are whatever the fuck you want them to be. So therefore, they view gaining power as what they want, and therefore honesty is irrelevant to them. This is why you can never trust a word that they ever say. Ever. I'm sorry if I'm gonna red pill you on this shit, but you can never trust them. They don't believe in honesty as a virtue.
It shows a tweet here where Lefty Winter is responding to his song, like showing himself in swimsuit. Says, I was about to turn 30 on July 2021, gained a lot of fat and lost all my muscle mass during COVID. I was 285 and pressed. Took me 3 years of being active, training 4 days a week and dieting, but I'm healthier and happier than ever now as I turn 33. Still have a long way to go. Oh, look at that. Lefty Winter says, loved both versions of you. More important that you're happy with yourself.
You know she's only saying that because she's fat, right? You know that's how it works. You know, it's always fat people that tell you to be happy with yourself.
Here's another example. Person says, why are you pretending you barely know the guy? Showing a screenshot where in 2025, Winter was promoting a song being with Bernie and AOC.
Never forget, Bernie and AOC campaigning with terrorist supporters. Because they are terrorist supporters. Because that's actually the ideology of the left. I'm sorry, man. That's where we're at, okay? Understand.
This whole thing really starts blowing up, though, once Hassan gets involved. He gives a like to Lefty Winter's tweet, the one where she's like, never thought I'd be listening to Hassan on Twitch. He's more agreeable than I thought he'd be.
And that's how he does it. That's how he signal boosts it. You know, you leave a like on a tweet, and therefore the tweet can get boosted in the algorithm, but you can't actually see that he liked it. He knows that Lefty Winter has always been following him and promoting him and stuff like that. But he's gonna like a tweet that he knows is a lie, because he wants to boost it, and other people see it. Understand how ridiculously dishonest these people are, and how desperate they are to trick people into thinking that they're not complete fucking losers.
Hassan.
See, I zero advertise. I probably should, to be honest. But, you know, I'm really grateful for my community, for my career. I do zero advertising. I don't promote myself anywhere. I don't clip and upload clips everywhere. I literally don't do it. Very honored, grateful to God to be here. Please, if you want to share it around, I would be super appreciated. But I'm not going to do that. I am not interested in psyoping people into thinking I'm cool, because I don't care if you think I'm cool. Your opinion means, no offense, your opinion means very little to me. Oh my God. I just see beautiful things in the world, and I want to share them with you. And I see retarded things in the world, and I want to share them with you too.
Hassan likes that. Lefty Winter showing how Hassan liked the tweet. You know, this is a brag. It's like, wow, look at this. Hassan liked the tweet. There's also this person, Jules Nader, that responds to Winter and gets directly retweeted by Hassan. So Jules Nader says in response to Winter,
bro, he retweeted a tweet, retweeting a known lie. That's how desperate these people are.
This is literally the experience of 99% of people who don't watch Hassan when they actually give him a shot. So Hassan likes Winter's tweet, he likes this tweet presumably, retweets this, and this is all what like really made people...
He also, by the way, pays people to clip his stuff and compliment him in clips. I don't, because again, I'm not that narcissistic. If you want to clip my stuff and post it everywhere, everyone's free to clip my shit, whatever you want. Small clips, don't like take like 20-minute chunks or something. But anyone that wants to do small clips, go for it. Whatever you want, any social media, I don't care. But Hassan like pays for it. He has this clip industrial complex where he's trying to inject himself everywhere as much as he can to make himself not look like a fucking terrorist supporter, and he's still losing subscribers on all of his channels. You know why? Well, it's because you shock a dog one time, and you will always just be remembered as a dog shocker. All of his political activism, making believe he cares about Palestinians by supporting the people that started a war and lost, Hamas. And he's just known as the guy that shocked his dog on Twitch.
People start looking into this. I got a little bit ahead of myself with people showing how she was actually a fan to give you the context, but this is kind of the order of events, right? Starts propping him up, starts getting retweeted, then people start looking into it more and seeing that this really looks pretty disingenuous. Another example of what people dug up on May 1st, Lefty Winter posts a picture of how she's following Hassan, got another like by Hassan on a different tweet back on May 1st. Says, oh, hi, Hassan. And then a lot of people start questioning this entire account too.
Yes, this is what I'm saying. That's AI.
They're saying stuff like, I don't think that account is a real person.
Nope.
And yes, it looks like AI or something. It looks like it's either heavily filtered or just an AI picture. Look how weird the button looks too, with like the hair right there. Like it's like
the hair is blending into the jacket.
melting into the jacket.
Yeah, look at that.
Her hair's like melting into the denim. It's like turning
that'd be
purple,
AI.
melting into the
I
button.
mean, it could be just upscaling through AI. It doesn't need to be completely AI. But,
Or something. Now again, I'm not,
also, just look at the skin.
not saying it's definitively AI, but there's definitely something weird with this picture.
Look at the shadowing here. It's definitely AI. Either enhanced or completely AI.
Sure. And the whole account as well is just, again,
She looked like Jabba, and then she wanted to change it because she was like, nah, Frogan already has that place in Hassan's heart.
pure political brain rot all day. Here's another huge red flag with this account. You can click the About information and see that they are based in the US, but they have 28 username changes. That's
psyop,
obviously
bro.
extremely
You are getting psyoped, my friend.
suspicious. That is not normal account behavior. That is far into the realm of excessive. Now, the reason I pointed out that Lefty Winter's account information does say from the USA is because there is also a huge problem on Twitter with foreign interference. There are accounts from outside the USA that LARP as if they are United States citizens, and they engage all day in partisan political rage bait. And there's two main reasons for this. One is mentioned to influence US elections. The second is simply to grift off Twitter's blue check revenue system. Now, the foreign interference usually relates back to countries like Iran, China, and Russia, while the grifter accounts are usually based in countries like India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and other countries throughout Africa. But again, as for Lefty Winter, they are apparently based in the US. So whatever's going on there is a bit different. Perhaps it really is someone in the US just desperately trying to promote Hassan and trying to influence people to vote left. Maybe they're even getting some sort of funding for this, who knows for sure, but it wouldn't be surprising. Anyways, once Lefty Winter got exposed, the account went on to run damage control, saying this. I've never actually sat down and watched his Twitch streams before, which is what I was talking about. Yes, I followed him off and on his social media pages, but I've never watched a stream since this week.
I'm sure.
I'm not even pretending to know who he is. LMFAO even.
Crazy cope.
Then additionally writing, here's further proof, and showing this screenshot. It says you followed Hassan on April 25th, you unfollowed Hassan on January 9th. You followed Hassan on October 1st, 2025, you unfollowed Hassan on June 27th, 2025.
Because you're a schizophrenic.
You followed Hassan on Sunday, July 14th, 2024. What is this behavior? This is weird too.
Yeah.
You follow someone, unfollows them over and over and over again for years. Like, what is going on here? That actually makes you look even more suspicious. And the final tweet Lefty Winter made on this topic seems to be this one that says, totally misinterpreting my
I wasn't
post.
lying.
Whatever.
Whatever.
I wasn't lying that I never watched the stream
whatever.
before, but that doesn't mean I wasn't following him on here or on other platforms. Dude, what
I was just watching all of his YouTube videos.
is this? This is such a joke. Very weird behavior. People say got caught lying and still trying to gaslight, yet the Hassanabi fan for sure.
Bro.
I swear, Daddy Hassan, I'll be a better gaslighter. They won't catch me in a lie this time. While parts of the left in the US are currently trying to prop Hassan up any way they can, leftists in China recently criticized Hassan and made the argument that he's a hypocrite. It's covered by New Lines Mag that interviewed a Chinese researcher and activist
China leftists turned on Hassan Piker?
named Kevin Lin.
Let's go.
They write about how Lin calls Hassan's comments that praise the Chinese government problematic, saying that the CCP is exploiting workers and essentially making the argument that Hassan is a hypocrite for claiming to be a socialist yet praising the CCP as mentioned. But going back to the news of how Lefty Winter got exposed trying to prop Hassan up, we'll take a look at some public reception to close this out. For example, this account writing, it's actually insane how phony and how much of liars this cult is. And they think nobody will notice.
True.
You know, that reminds me of the Kaya incident when we were in the thick of it.
Yeah.
And you saw all these leftists in the LA streamer.
Totally didn't shock his dog, guys. Do not believe your lying eyes. He totally didn't shock his dog, okay? Yeah, just absolute Hassan Piker destruction everywhere. It's all a cult of lies. All right, why the fuck does Hassan Piker care about a Republican primary in Kentucky? Bro, this is why everyone calls him a dog-shocking cockroach, all right? We got to get this motherfucker out of our politics. He does not share our values. Obviously, we got to remove this guy immediately. Deport him, please. This slop is not welcome in American politics. This is like the low IQ barbarian slop that he's pandering to emotionally groomed retards and domestic terrorists in his Twitch stream. Sorry, bro. Get the fuck out of here. Get out of here. Everyone's buying. Everyone understands the shit. We get the game. We see the psyop. You're cooked. It's over. No one's gonna believe you. And I have to say, I am very happy to contribute to any amount of Hassan Piker reputation destruction I possibly can, because I like our country and he doesn't. He actually wants us all to die. So fuck him. So brave, Hassan Piker, pro-Islam, to fight against the Epstein cult, the second most prolific pedophile ring ever since Islam.
I want to say thank you to Miley Cyrus for showing off her camel toe at the VMAs the other night. I always knew Hannah Montana was a little fucking slut. Don't even try to hide it. Come back again next week when we discuss the legendary question of all time. Old enough to count, old enough to mount? Question mark?
Yeah, get him the fuck out of our country, please. Now, the craziest thing is, I keep seeing this literally all over the place. They're constantly threatening to get us killed. All right, they're coming after decent, normal people because they want to kill us, honestly, because we don't believe that men can be women. I know, it's a pretty crazy take. Like, for example, Reddit is becoming more and more violent towards Asmongold. Their days are numbered. #1 political streamer, Asmongold, threatens trans people at the borders. No, he was stating a fact. The fact is, your days are numbered. At some point, people aren't going to fall for the trans psyop. You can't cut your penis off and become a woman. You will never be a woman. Stop going into their private spaces and restrooms and stuff. You creepy, perverted moron. All right? The fetish is not going to survive. It won't. Because inevitably, you people are breeding yourself out of existence. You are ultimately euthanizing future generations of inbreds. 42% of you off yourself, okay? Literally. There is literally a higher mortality rate to being transgender than to joining the military. I'm not exaggerating. And it's actually not even remotely close. It's also freaky as heck, okay? The Bible also says that you're not welcome in the congregation of God. The Bible keeps getting proven right or something. It's almost like it was divinely inspired. Yeah, so anyway, Asmongold says their days are numbered. Because they are! They kill themselves, man! Alright, and of course the response is, I hope he gets curved when he decides to step out of his trash-filled house. Right? The animosity towards this guy is just absolutely insane. In fact, the U.S. House just passed a bill that requires parental consent before a school can update the student's pronouns. Which sounds stupid because what the fuck does updating pronouns even mean? But it's a massive win in the direction of our culture, for sure. You know, we're moving away from, we're going to castrate your children without telling you, and now at least the parents have to know before they castrate the children. So, you know, we take those, I guess we take those. But the left does this thing, and they do it constantly, where they don't believe in basic reality. They're constantly at war with reality. They absolutely despise reality, well, because it debunks them on a daily basis. All right, and then they just want to kill anyone that actually tells them what reality actually is.
The game is going pretty good.
All right, we have this guy Mtash. He's a Genshin Impact streamer guy. All right, so he said it's crazy how much reach this mentally ill gamer has. It's crazy just because you pointed out how much of a loser this guy is. You get called jealous. Guy lives alone, filled with rotting teeth and roaches, despite being a multi-generational wealth millionaire. Yeah, this guy sucks. Anyway, he got pushback on this tweet, so he made this 13-long, rambling-ass video crying and screaming about how these people are such bad influences because they tell you the truth. They tell you about reality, and reality's offensive.
I'm
and that's essentially what his crying, whining video
I'm gonna be up late tonight, mixing up
well, it doesn't go over very well because actually people do like reality.
and packaging.
And he deleted his
Oh man.
Left-wing Canadian Genshin Impact content creator nukes his YouTube channel, privating all but 2 videos. This follows an emotional, femme-coded crash-out rant where he complained about toxic masculinity, blaming people like Asmongold, Clavicular, and Andrew Tate for men being so mean to feminists. Predictably, he was mocked and dragged through the coals for his insanely out-of-touch rant that mocks.
Wait, did those have?
That insult to injury, Asmongold reacted to the video, leading to absolute annihilation of any single.
Yeah, they only had 3 on them, so I gotta mix them one more time.
Then no one takes him seriously. It's because no one wants to listen to a male feminist repeat the same tired feminist slogans everyone heard for the past 3 decades. And you know what? They didn't work. They actually didn't work, believe it or not. As you can see, people are dying. They're literally breeding themselves into oblivion. People aren't getting married. People aren't finding relationships. The women are unleashed, completely and utterly unleashed. I'm not exaggerating, bro. You know, this is literally a Genshin Impact streamer. This is a guy who's promoting gambling to children, all right, talking about how Asmongold's a bad role model because he talks about reality too much. Then he just released another video, no thumbnail on this video, 42 minutes, basically crying about Asmongold and Tectone and how they're bad influences, and I skipped through it a little bit. It's just so sad, man. It's just so sad. So after all of that gigantic crash out, all right, this is his explanation for why he decided to crash out on how Asmongold is just such a bad role model.
I'm not saying XQC or Asmongold or Tectone does it worse or better or whatever it is, but unless you get joy out of making people rage, then it makes my brain question, well, what's the point of it? Like what do you gain from saying something like this? Or
from it's true? Maybe because it's true. If it's the case that it was true, maybe that's what you have to gain. Maybe living in reality is important and not being constantly at war with reality. Now, this is the craziest part. Like, he doesn't even debunk the argument. He doesn't say that the argument is false. He just basically goes on this gigantic, femme-coded crash out, screaming and yelling about how it's offensive to people and stuff. And why would you post this?
What's the point of it? Like, what do you gain from saying something like this?
What do you gain by telling the truth? Question mark?
Or from these things?
What do you gain by saying things that are true? They're true. I don't understand what's your point. And this is the leftoid mentality. This is the male feminist mindset of why live in reality? Reality could be offensive to retards. All right? And it's honestly shocking that he basically admits it out loud. I can't wait to hear the rationale for why he's having his gigantic crash out right now.
And part of that brain not working issue is actually from something else. And I want to talk about that. My grandfather's death.
Bro! We cannot be doing this, man. We cannot be doing this. So yeah, everyone's crashing out on Asmongold right now. They're trying to get him killed because he said the truth. They're trying to cancel him because he said the truth. But why would he even say the truth? It's offensive. All right, so it's getting really hairy.
So we've had a clip right here. This is another person trying to get me in trouble. The only reason really that I respond to this kind of stuff is because I don't want people to create a narrative that like this is what I said. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't even really respond because I think everybody knows what I'm trying to say. And Asmongold responds to us on and claims black people are genetically inferior. I said that black people are genetically inferior.
I mean, this is the Elon Musk style.
All right, well, let's hear the clip before we actually judge that one.
No, they are genetically inferior, and socioeconomic conditions are a code.
They are. It's a fact. So you see what they did, right? Two claims.
Right, so he said they are in regards to socioeconomic conditions are a code. Right? Remember, this entire topic is about like why black people are more violent in America, which is an objective fact. It's not up for dispute. Right? 13% of the population is committing 50% of the violent crime. That's pretty fucking disproportionate if you ask me. It's objectively true. Now, there are a lot of theories as to why that is the case. You know, some people will say they're genetically inferior. Some people will say socioeconomic conditions and hardship. I personally think it's a mix of all sorts of things, but I think the leading factor is the culture. I think the culture is, well, inferior. Yeah, I think it's an inferior culture in certain ghetto communities. I do. You know, there are no dads in the home. There's lots of people in prison. You know, there's drugs everywhere. There's gang fights and shit. You know, they're glorifying violence all the time. And yeah, I do think that quite literally the culture is inferior, and that's why, in my opinion, for the most part, there's more violence in that regard. Now, I do think that it's a mix of things. Sure, socioeconomic conditions probably play a role, but it is a cope to just blame it on socioeconomic conditions, because you look at poor Jewish communities and poor Asian communities, and they're not crime-riddled, and they're not drug-riddled. And they have families that actually stick together, you know? And so the reality is socioeconomic conditions is an obvious cope. So he is right about that. And also, they are genetically different. That's a fact. Look at their skin. It's black. All right? Obviously, there are genetic differences. That's just objectively true.
Were made, they were genetically inferior and socioeconomic conditions are a cope. I immediately respond after socioeconomic conditions, which is the thing that I had mentioned earlier in the tweet, and they're trying to frame it as if I said it's about them being genetically inferior. This is the clip, regard proof?
But yeah, he's done a lot of this stuff, right? Yeah, like this. It's true that blacks experience systematic racism. They benefit from it. Blacks and other other minority groups enjoy preference.
Let's
How did
take
that-
bets on whether there will be an argument that's presented. I'm going to bet that there won't be.
Commercial treatment through DEI and affirmative action at the expense of white and Asian Americans. Socioeconomic conditions is a cope, and everyone knows it.
Yes, correct.
I mean, this is the Elon Musk style. No, they are genetically inferior, and
Well, he never even said this. They take words that you say, they throw them out, they make up a straw man of a fake argument that they make believe you hold, and then they justify killing you for it. Oh my God, it's so blatantly evil, it's crazy.
socioeconomic conditions are a cope.
They are. It's a fact. So there it is. To be honest, this one borders on defamation. And this is the thing that these people do, right? They know that what I'm saying is true. I think that all these people know that what I'm saying is true, that it's not just socioeconomic conditions. They know that they can't actually argue against any of the other factors. So what they try to do instead is they try to get anybody banned.
That's right. Reality offends them. And therefore, they have to make believe that reality is not real. This is the playing field that we are operating upon. We are dealing with actual inbred fucking losers that don't believe in basic reality. They think if reality is offensive, well then we should just substitute our own fake reality with what actually is real. So of course men can be women. So, you have this guy crying and screaming about how, well, it's true. But why would you say it? It's offensive. It's like, okay, dude. Or, just call him a racist. Just make believe that his argument is something it isn't.
Suspended or removed in order to hopefully get that person to not be able to have a conversation so they don't have to address it. It is frustrating for me, it definitely
Look at
is.
that.
Whenever you have
4.4 million views of defamation. Any such cases. Happens to me all the time.
people that deliberately try to misunderstand you and then reframe what you say in a way that's completely inaccurate. And the reason why people get very angry at me is because I represent an ideology that is destructive to them. It is the idea, the radical concept that when you do something, it is your fault that you do something. Every single bad thing that happens to me, I begin from the position that it is my fault. It's not the government's fault. It's not your parents' fault. It's not your perceived mental disorder's fault. It's your fault whenever you're doing something wrong. The sooner that we can acknowledge that people's actions are their own is the first step that we can take to actually solving a problem.
Yeah, but they don't actually want to solve the problem. They actually want the problem to continue, because as long as the problem continues, these people continue to vote left. They continue to make believe they're victims. They continue to want to get free shit from people that actually earn the money from welfare and from the government. And they will be absolutely and utterly dependent on the Democratic Party staying in power. So they push this infinite campaign from the top down of a faux reality where nothing's your fault. You're an infinite victim. It's systemic racism and shit. That's why shit's bad. To continue keep you hooked on their infinite drug machine that they can keep getting your vote and raping your culture. What it's about. It's what it's always been about. Now, the funny thing is, these are the real racists. All right, the leftoids, these are the real racists. It's like, oh, black people, they don't have agency or free will because they were born black, and therefore they're just going to have to shoot you up and rob you. Oh, well, socioeconomic conditions, bro. They were born that way. That's why they're stealing makeup from CVS. It's not like they have agency. It's not like they have the capability to not rob you, all right? Like, that's ridiculous. If I had a nickel for every time I was racist, I'd probably get robbed by a black guy, and that's because of socioeconomic. All right, I'm being racist and glib here, but I think we all understand the point that I'm trying to make. These guys be like, well, yeah, the reason why the Muslim guy blew himself up in a synagogue in Michigan was actually because a Hezbollah commander was killed in Lebanon by Israel. Well, he doesn't have agency. We can't just expect him to not blow himself up, actually. All right, dude.
Poor is an excuse to commit crimes. That's right. No one's saying it's an excuse, but it's a reason that's consistent across the globe. I completely, by the way, this is true. It's undeniable that poverty and crime are correlated. But what I'm saying is that it's not the only corollary.
Obviously.
Okay, yeah.
Otherwise, you'd have poor communities of every ethnic group and every culture doing the same amount of crime, and that just doesn't happen. Poor Japanese people aren't robbing convenience stores. You know, poor Jews are not shooting each other in fucking Lakewood, New Jersey. It's not happening. It's just not. The culture is different.
Literally, yes, people steal things because they can't afford them.
It's just an insane code.
There are some people that don't steal things because they can't afford them. I know this sounds crazy. You would think that growing up in poverty would give you some empathy for their fellow human being.
Bro, did you see what I saw? Did you see what I saw? I hope you saw what I saw. That's a flag it, ladies and gentlemen. The pedophile and the sex rape crime flags both in bio at the same time? Yo, the rape flag and the pedo flag. Fucking flag it over here.
I do have empathy. I get it. But empathy is not obedience. Empathy is saying, yes, this is the way it was for me. I fucked up. I did it this way. And now I'm not going to do it this way anymore. That's it. I know it sounds crazy, but holding yourself accountable is a lot harder than holding other people accountable.
Yeah.
So,
and of course, like, they'll slander you, they'll misrepresent you, and then they'll justify killing you. And, you know, honestly, let me show you why reality is actually important. So, actions do have consequences, and welcome to modern society. Dating. The most important thing, some would say.
oh no. Modern
Every
woman
day you have a modern woman crash out on the internet, and for some reason, you're not allowed to embrace reality.
shames a 32-year-old bald man that she was about to go on a date with for being interested in her. This is exactly why men are withdrawing from the dating scene.
I'm about to walk into a date with a 32-year-old, a bald 32-year-old. But a part of me can't help but be like, what makes you want anything to do with a little tiny girl like me? Fucking
Bitch, you're 35.
pervert? I'm just kidding, I don't know.
You're a pervert if you want to date a girl.
Oh, if he's a pervert yet. Like, jury's still...
How old is she? I mean, I'm gonna be honest, like, if she said she was 32, I'd be like, you're doing pretty well. If she told me she was 42, I would be like, yep.
Also, sorry about the sun. Like,
She looks old. She does.
whatever, it is what it is. But yeah, I'm gonna go on the date. We're just gonna have a few drinks, nothing too crazy. I'm interested to see the dynamic because I'm 26. I'm not...
Oh, lay off the plastic surgery. Oh, that's bad.
that young. But also...
You're 26?
That's bad.
Wow. Already? Yeah, already.
I'm full of brain rot. Like, that's all I'm really operating on. I was literally getting dressed. I was putting on my jewelry. I was like, oh, he's 32. I should wear my watch. I'm like, that shows that I'm, like, with it. He's a man at the end of the day. Like, it's fucking fine. Whatever. I'll let you guys know how it goes, but I'm really... Never mind. I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say it. I'll talk to you guys later.
Can you imagine if a guy made a video and he's like, dude, I linked up with this chick. She's like a 4 out of 10. She's not baiting, 100% serious. Wait, what? So is this the same chick? Let me see.
No shot, dude. Oh my god, we got the post-date breakdown too.
Oh no, oh no. Now you're
They need to stop doing this. All right, you know, red flag number 1 for dating. Your woman posts on social media. All right, that is a red flag.
Victim.
I don't think I will ever be able to post a TikTok, just a silly, goofy little TikTok, poking fun at a first date situation, without that video making its way to the For You pages of the community of the most lonely, insufferable men you've ever met in your entire life that have never had a
all men are bad.
girlfriend, never got any attention from girls.
You know what? Colossal and utter massive fucking W that the lonely men are saving the world. All right, making fun of these people is a public service.
And so
it's funny how this is. I've always thought this is like a very weird and
oh my
like.
god! I literally filmed this thing, decided to make fun of this guy that I don't know, posted it online, completely unjustified, and had people make fun of me for being a bitch, an entitled bitch. Oh no, the consequences of my actions. Oh no.
Kind of funny catch-22 is that women constantly don't want to be seen as just sex objects, but at the same time, whenever they rate men and they try to insult men, the insults that women always use is about their ability to have sex with women. Like, it's about having a small dick, about not having a girlfriend, about being a virgin, about like whatever. And it's always like this. It is. It's always like this. Like, what is this, a 6-year age gap? Yeah, I know.
All the inner hatred they have for themselves, they just take it all out on me in the comment section. I'm happy.
Or maybe they just think you're an insufferable bitch. Maybe perhaps. Or maybe they're doing a public service announcement. They think that if they make fun of you, the next retard won't do this garbage. Won't do this all men bad garbage.
To help, I guess, like as a form of therapy, if that helps. Like oh my gosh.
26.
Guys must all be bald. Like, I'm sorry I struck a nerve.
You're so bald, guys.
But
You did strike a nerve because you look so old for being 26. You're, I would say, relatively unattractive.
26, going on 57.
then you going around saying a bunch of negative stuff about a guy that's going to go on a date with you, and then calling him bald, implying he's a pedo or something like that. I mean, the video, like, I'm dyslexic. I thought she said she was the one that was 32. I was like, okay, well, you know, it is what it is. And also, I thought she was making some comment about him being too young for her at 32. Broad looks 45 with 2 kids and an ex-husband. Age 26, looks 36, acts 16.
Any such cases.
I'm just a girl. No, shut the fuck up. You're a grown-ass woman and apparently also a Reeks.
But where's the lie, though? Look, one of the major issues in modern society is exactly this. This is the issue in modern society. Hello, we need to be getting married and having babies, man. We need to be doing this ASAP. And you know that you are going to be going out with some girl, and you know that before she dates you, she is going to be posting her all-men bad TikToks. And we need some sort of hoe database. That's right. We need a hoe database so that before you go out with someone, you're able to type her into the hoe database and immediately find out all the crazy anti-man leftoid slop that she's been shoveling onto the internet for all these years. That is a Twitter doc and sexual assault allegation waiting to happen, man. And then these bitches are like, why won't any man date me? I don't know, man. I don't know. Because there's like a million of you. Anyway, thanks for watching. That was today's deep dive on all of the things. All of the things was covered in the least homosexual way possible. Hit that sub, hit that like, leave a comment. Helping the algorithm. It's been killing me lately, not gonna lie. I don't know, the YouTube algorithm doesn't like talking about killing terrorists or something. Yeah, absolutely. I really appreciate all your support. You guys are amazing. Just a quick reminder, I will be away for like the next 2-3 days because of Exodus, chapter 34, verse 22. And I'll be spending it with family. It'll be awesome. Perfect timing because I'm also getting sick, so hopefully I'll be able to come back fully charged. 2-3 days off. You can survive without me. Just calling it right here, Trump is going to bomb Iran on Friday or Saturday. If that does happen, I'll try to be back Saturday night for a video. Otherwise, I might get pushed to Sunday. Appreciate all you guys. Have the best audience in the universe. Honestly, you guys are incredible. Like, I say some definitely polarizing shit out there, and I'm sure that a lot of you agree with some of the things that I say from time to time, and I actually, I respect that, and I do appreciate the pushback in the comments when I'm retarded, which, of course, I obviously am every once in a while. But you guys are awesome. You really are. Big kisses to the people. Tell your mom you love her or something, okay? Don't forget. Go tell your mom you love her today. Do it today.
This might be one of the most important scenes in the entire Godfather trilogy, yet there are so many hidden details that most people, no matter how many times they watch, never seem to notice. This meeting has so much significance and symbolism that defines the events of the rest of the trilogy, and to be honest, at first glance, they aren't very obvious. It was the first time we see Michael truly owning his new role, but outside the family. The first time he was truly tested. We start really noticing that menacing look, those eyes full of pain and anger that were now imprinted on his face. All the while still trying to keep it all together. But any remnants of the old Michael died back in Sicily. This was the new Godfather. So this meeting is a pivotal point in the entire trilogy. There is so much significance to what is being said that goes completely over people's heads. But don't worry, this video will give you all its hidden secrets and unearth some of the most valuable gems from the Godfather trilogy that we can learn from and even start using in real life. It's a true Godfather masterclass you need to understand. But I have to warn you, this will change the way you view the Godfather forever and connect the dots you never knew existed. But before we get into the meeting itself, we need you to understand where all the chess pieces were positioned, what both sides went in already knowing. Setting the stage. So, it's 1954. Michael had just come back only a few years earlier. He was being mentored by the Don himself and Tom on how the family business actually works. By now, Michael had pretty much got it under control, and so he was starting to assert his authority in the family. As you might recall, he had a meeting with his inner circle where he unveiled his plans and the new orders everyone was to follow. He was positioning all the pieces just right before he could make his final move. So, now Michael was fairly comfortable in his new position, he began looking to the future. What would it hold for the Corleone family? Michael was ruthlessly ambitious. He had quite a grand vision with what he wanted to achieve. The Corleone family would be rebuilt from the ground up, rebranding it into one of the country's wealthiest families. But looking at where the Corleone family is currently at, the price tag of his ambitions and being known for the olive oil business would not be good enough anymore. Vegas at the time was still in its infancy. The amount of opportunities it had was immense. It had the foundations for something huge. What many don't know is that the Corleone family had been looking into Vegas for quite a while. Don Vito was very interested in the possibilities it held and wanted to be one of the first to enjoy its fruits. During the war, Fredo was sent to the West Coast under the protection of Don Anthony Molinari, a friend and ally of Don Vito. He was sent there not just for his safety. You see, the Corleone family was making quite large investments in the casino business, and so Fredo was sent to start learning the ropes before the family's major move into the market. This was when he was introduced to Mo Green. Mo had been the pioneer in Vegas, and the families had relied on him to run the show over there. It's important to note that he received quite a lot of financing and investment from the Corleone family to start building Vegas, especially investing in the hotel Green was running. As a favor, but also to ensure he would keep Fredo safe. Mo Green was quite the character, and really does deserve an entire video dedicated to him. I know a lot of you mob history fans know that he was based on Bugsy Siegel, and it's very true, but the similarities go even deeper than you think. There are some things most people, even today, all these years later, have no idea the truth behind. But let us know if that's something you want us to get into. But the majority of the similarity I want you to keep in mind is the fact that the families in the film and real life believed Bugsy, or Green, were skimming off the top. Anyway, even with that being said, at first it's not clear what Michael was aiming to do by making this accusation. But what's certain is what Mo Green did next revealed everything Michael needed to know. So, with the scene being set, let's unveil and break down what really happened. The negotiation begins. So the meeting begins. Of course, it's all smiles and handshakes, but it doesn't take long until the entire energy in the room completely shifts. Michael gets straight into business. There are a lot of subtleties, so keep an eye out. Have a look at this.
My credit good enough to buy you out? Casino. A hotel. Corleone family wants to buy you out.
Notice how belittling Michael was towards Mo. He came in straight for his ego. Michael was here to show Green who really runs the show, making it clear he was not afraid or concerned about the recent events, and it ties in with something Michael actually brings up later on. But let's keep watching.
Corleone family wants to buy me out. No, I buy you out. You don't buy me out. Your casino loses money. Maybe we can do better. You think I'm skimming off the top, Mike? You're unlucky.
Mo is clearly insulted by this, and there is a reason. Michael knew what he was doing, and it's actually quite brilliant. For now, let's continue.
Yeah, let's talk business, Mike. First of all, you're all done. The Coyote family don't even have that kind of muscle anymore. The Godfather is sick, right? You're getting chased out of New York by Barzini and the other family. What do you think is going on here? You think you can come to my hotel and take over? I can make a deal with him and still keep my hotel. Is that why you slapped my brother around?
Oh, no, that was nothing, Mike. Now, Mo didn't mean nothing by that. Sure, he flies off the handle once in a while, but Mo and me were good friends, right, Mo, huh?
I got a business to run. I gotta kick ass sometimes and make it run right. We had a little argument Freddie and I, so I had to straighten him out. Straighten my brother out. Players couldn't get a drink at the table. What's wrong with you?
The meeting concludes with a chilling moment where Michael asserts his dominance.
I leave for New York tomorrow. Think about a price. You know who I am? I'm Mo Green. I made my bones when you were going out with cheerleaders. Wait a minute, Mo.
With his back turned towards Green, he doesn't acknowledge his presence after he gives him his final offer.
Don is semi-retired, and Mike is in charge of the family's business now. Have anything to say? Say it to Mike.
Mike, you don't come to Las Vegas and talk to a man like Mo Green like that.
Freedom.
There's so much to unpack here. Let's uncover what's really going on. Now, before we get into the chess moves that were being played and how they fit in the much larger picture, there are some key hidden details, or rather details hidden in plain sight we need to talk about. The thing we really need to zoom in on is the disturbing dynamic between Fredo and Green. To those of us very observant, these few interactions alone tell a large part of the story. It plays to the much larger problem of Fredo siding against the family. So let's start with Mo Green's power moves. It would take too long to point out every single one, so I've broken them down into 3 highly effective premeditated moves. They say timing is everything, and in the game of power, being late isn't just a delay, it's a strategy. This is the first power move Mo Green pulls off in this high-stakes poker game. He premeditates his entrance, aiming to loosen Michael up before they even sit down.
What happened to Mo Green?
Like he said to Fredo,
He said he had some business. He said give him a call when the party started. We'll give him a call.
a classic strategy, an old trick that still works wonders on powerful people, even today. By keeping Michael waiting, he flipped the script on one of the most powerful men in the room. Think about the audacity of it. Michael Corleone, heir to one of the most feared crime families in America, sitting there waiting like a junior executive for a meeting to start. When you make someone wait, especially someone who's used to commanding respect, you're asserting dominance without a single word. It's psychological chess. Michael's time is valuable, Mo knows that, but by delaying, he subtly shifts the balance. Suddenly, Michael's on his time. And when Mo finally walks in, he does it with all the flash and swagger of his casinos. He's greeting everyone, cracking jokes, and making it clear he owns the room. It's all very standard Mo. The message is clear. This is my turf, and I'll set the pace. It's a risky move, of course. With the wrong person, it could get you killed. But Mo wasn't playing for respect. He was playing to remind Michael that in Vegas, the house always wins. But where things really get interesting is in the unsettling power dynamic between him and Fredo. Let's rewind for a second. You'll remember we talked about why Fredo was sent to Vegas in the first place. He wasn't just some errand boy. He was sent there to be mentored by Mo Green under the supposed protection of Don Molinari.
Sent Fredo to Las Vegas under the protection of Don Francesco Valet. I want him to rest. I'm going to learn casino.
A lot of work to do in this game.
To be a highly valued
I fell
guest,
behind.
Not some lackey to be disciplined, humiliated, or straightened out like a misbehaving child. But Mo didn't see it that way. Instead, he treated Fredo like a punching bag, a boy who pulls chairs and takes beatings, all while pretending it was just business as usual. I mean, imagine having the older brother of the man you're negotiating with pull your chair for you and so on. After probably
not all of it. I put some of the pulled pork in the freezer for later. I'll probably have it.
What often goes unnoticed is the psychological war
probably over the weekend.
In Mo's actions. While Mo didn't feel the need to justify his treatment of Fredo to the Corleone family, he knew they were fully aware of it, and he still did it. That awareness created an undercurrent of tension, a silent weapon that worked in Mo's favor. The implications were clear. If Mo was willing to straighten out Fredo, the son of a powerful Don, without hesitation, it sent a chilling message about his audacity and lack of fear. This dynamic tilted the balance of power during negotiations. It planted a seed of doubt and frustration within the Corleone family, subtly undermining their leverage and tarnishing their position. After all, if Mo could treat Fredo this way, what did it say about his respect, or lack thereof, for the Corleone dynasty? And let's not forget how he casually mentioned...
The Godfather's sick, right? You're getting chased out of New York by Barzini and the other family.
That line wasn't just an observation, it was a jab. It added to Mo's confidence and solidified his lack of respect for the Corleone family. This leads us to the next power move Mo Green pulled.
I will probably be playing this in the morning. You know what? I might go back to the pirate game.
Spread his options like the seasoned gambler he was.
I pulled in a pretty good audience with that. I'm pulling a really good audience with this in the evening. Not quite good enough, but still a pretty good for an evening. It is good. It's good.
Dynasty it used to be. They were teetering on the edge, and he wasn't wrong. The signs were all there. One brick at a time, their empire was crumbling, slow but inevitable. And Mo, he was ready to capitalize on their weakness, playing his hand with the confidence of a man who knew the odds were in his favor. His strategy was crystal clear. Milk the Corleone's hotels and casinos for everything they were worth, while they still had something to give. He was a shark circling the waters, biding his time and extracting every ounce of profit. But that wasn't the end game, it was just the setup. Mo knew the tides were turning, and when Don Barzini inevitably went for the killer blow, Mo would be ready to leverage a better deal. He positioned himself as a valuable ally, an asset too profitable to ignore. For Mo, it wasn't just about their survival, it was about thriving in the chaos, playing both sides until the dust settled and the chips were firmly in his corner. But here's the thing, Fredo, for reasons that still baffle us, remained divided in his loyalty. Despite all the disrespect and manipulation, Fredo continued to align with Mo.
Alright, hang on. I gotta turn on the light. It's getting dark in here.
This brings us to an important point, the implications and ramifications of
God.
Fredo's actions in this meeting. We often focus on the duel between Michael and Mo, yet Fredo plays a crucial role in the negotiation, and his actions influence the fate of everyone involved. Fredo was the official link between the Corleone family and Mo Green, and that link, it wasn't just weak, it was compromised. So how did Fredo actually side against the family? Unfortunately, Fredo's missteps weren't confined to a single moment. They were part of a pattern, a series of actions that, while subtle, consistently undermined Michael's authority. Many of these slip-ups fly under the radar, even for those paying close attention, but they began long before Mo Green ever entered the room. It started earlier during Michael's conversation with Johnny Fontaine. Michael was working to convince Fontaine to sign a contract with the family's businesses in Vegas, a move designed to strengthen their foothold. Then Fredo chimed in with what might seem like an innocent question at first glance.
Mike, are you sure about that? Mo loves the business. He never said nothing to me about it, so I'll make
But here's the thing, this harmless remark planted a seed of doubt in Fontaine's mind. It introduced an air of uncertainty where Michael was trying to project unshakable confidence. A small moment, yes, but in the game of power, small cracks can become gaping holes. Now, fast forward to the moment Mo Green finally walks into the room. This is where Fredo's missteps escalate from subtle to outright damaging. We've already touched on how Fredo acted like Mo's lackey, downplaying his actions and even defending him in front of Michael. But let's zoom in on this moment, where Fredo's behavior didn't just undermine Michael, it actively weakened the family's position.
Mo didn't mean nothing by that. Sure, he flies off the handle once in a while, but Mo and me were good friends, right, Mo? Huh? We got a business to run.
Here's the interesting part. Fredo didn't necessarily make the worst move in that moment. Strange as it sounds, damage control might have been his only play to save face in such an awkward situation. Think about it. Fredo was caught between Michael, whose authority demanded absolute loyalty, and Mo Green, the most powerful man in Vegas, and by extension his own status in the city. It was an attempt to deflect blame and smooth things over without completely throwing himself under the bus. The real mistake wasn't what Fredo did in that moment. It was allowing the situation to spiral out of control in the first place. By failing to command respect in Vegas and letting Mo treat him like a subordinate rather than the Corleone family's representative, Fredo set himself up for failure long before the meeting.
Now the Donald, after having come back from China, and China no longer wants to support Iran in literally any way, it's really bad. All right, so on our little spree, you know, we obliterated Maduro in January, Khomeini in February, Abu Bilal al-Minuki, that's the chief ISIS guy from Nigeria. All right, Castro is now indicted, which is a huge W. We have to say the Iran situation is winding down. All right,
you know, we're negotiating with Iran, and then you have the Democrats. I call them the Democrats.
True, Mr. President.
Putting in a bill that Trump should immediately stop. You know how it is to negotiate with a country?
It's really rough. Imagine trying to negotiate with these guys while the Democrats, and they're reading our media, and our media is like, Trump is spiraling. He has absolutely no way. And I'm sure that some dumb fuck jihadi Islamic retard that's, running that country, I'm sure those morons believe them. That's the craziest part. I'm sure they believe them.
Where you're beating them badly, they come to the table, they're begging to make a deal, because they're begging to make a deal. I hope we don't have to do the war, but we may have to give them another big hit. We may have to give them another big hit.
That's happening this Friday or Saturday, by the way. My Jew connections told me.
Sure, yeah. You'll know very soon. But how do you feel when you're negotiating, you're winning every point, and they say, but in Washington, they want to stop you from negotiating. They want to stop you, and it's only political. It's the Democrats. They're dumb.
They're dumb.
It's a new name.
Actually, Mr. President, I don't think they're actually dumb. Like, they have good IQs, like, on average. You know, obviously, they're still Americans, so it's not like they're from Somalia, all right? So I wouldn't call them dumb. They're evil. They're actually just evil and rooting for the other guy and want them to win. They want Iran to win. They want the assassins to get you. They're actually just evil and hate our country. That is why they'll root for every single one of our adversaries without fail. It's actually pretty simple. However, and no one will ever talk about this ever, it is a massive blow to our nation, all right? If we are up against these morons, and these morons are reading our media, and the media's like, Trump is spiraling, he's losing everything, Trump is totally done with it, he doesn't know what to do, he has no plan, he's cooked. All right, then you have Iran, you have them reading this shit, and they're like, you know, you fucking blowing themselves up. Which, I mean, I guess is like one of the highest civilian honors in Iran, so.
It's a very accurate name. So I'm in the middle of a negotiation. I'm saying you cannot have a nuclear weapon. And it comes over the wire that the Democrats want to stop Trump from further negotiations. They want to stop Trump from, if he has to.
Mr. President, it's time to open up asylums. Can we please start executing people for treason? I think it would be very entertaining. It would be a morale boost for sure.
Giving them another slap. They want to have a nuclear weapon to blow up the Middle East and to blow up, frankly, the world. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, so anyway, and then you have the Democrats being like, well, actually, if we can have a nuclear weapon, why can't they? Because we are the goats, and they fucking suck, and they rape sheep, okay? All right, that's how it works. I'm so tired of this. Like, the fake, false moral equivalence. It's like, why is it fair for us to have healthcare and for the Iranians to... excuse me, what are we doing here? Yes, we want our country to be the best country in the world. We are the most powerful. We want to stay that way. We don't want to get blown up by nukes. But all cultures are the same, not the ones that rape sheep. All right, anyway, so he keeps going, by the way. The Donner was on a roll today.
On Iran, just a limited deal just for a longer ceasefire.
We'd have to open the strait. That would open immediately. So we're going to give this one shot. I'm in no hurry. You never think, oh, the midterms, I'm in a hurry. I'm in no hurry. Ideally, I'd like to see few people killed, as opposed to a lot.
Nice.
We can do it either way, but I'd like to see few people killed. I just wonder whether or not they have the good of the people, because some of the things they're doing to me means they don't have the good of the people, and they have to have the good of the people. There's a lot of anger now in Iran because people are living so badly. There's a lot of foment that we haven't seen before so much.
Look, man, I'm still praying for that Iranian revolution. Like, these Islamic dogs that
Cool.
have been basically running the country and oppressing the people and massacring them in the streets, they're fucking evil. Which, of course, is why all the Democrats love them. They love the idea of massacring Trump
There's the
voters.
chick in the
So
parking
this is literally
garage,
their
but
dream.
she's
They love
always
that
there.
shit.
So let me look for
They're
other
frothing
people.
At the mouth to start some sort of communist
Yeah.
revolution here. So obviously that's insane.
There's
Now,
dude
reporters
hanging
keep
out.
asking him questions about this, how close he is, and well, it's getting hairy. Good job.
How close were you to striking Iran? You said
I was an hour away. We were all set to go. You're talking about yesterday.
Yes.
We were going to be striking very.
Dude's
it
hanging
wouldn't
out with the
happen
mayor,
right
huh?
now. Yeah, it's all done. Right? The boats, the ships are all loaded. They're loaded to the brim.
You hanging out behind the
And
mayor's
we were all
house?
set to start. Good job.
Lights turning on in there.
The thing was about to happen, and then, for those of you unaware, the leader of Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and Qatar all called Trump and said, "Listen, Monsieur Senor Trumples, can you hold off for a little bit? Can you please try to make some sort of deal?" And the Donner was like, "You know what? You are my good allies, and we like our alliance, and our friendship is so nice and wholesome. I'll blow them up on Friday." And then the Emir of Qatar was like, "You are so nice, Mr. Trump. Please, let me give you a 9-year-old sex slave for your job." And Trump was like, "No, thank you. No, thank you. That's all right. Last time I got a 9-year-old sex slave, it ruined Melania's whole birthday. We're not going to be doing that again." No, I'm kidding. That was obviously a joke. What do you think I am, Thomas Massey? We all know the Epstein administration is the Democrats. Anyway, so
He's got the best chance of liking
the
it.
United States is currently carrying out a massive wave of
You
preparations
fucking
for
dick.
resumption of the war against Iran, with U.S. refuelers now parked in Israel. So it's getting hairy, you know? American Israel, high alert, ready to blast the mullahs to smithereens. The IRGC is lashing out. They're vowing crushing blows and the abyss of destruction if 47 takes action. You know, obviously they are armed to the teeth. They have 12-year-old children stacked to the brim. They are carrying little scimitars and pocket knives as they ride their camels into our gigantic, actual navy that we have that they don't have because theirs is dead. But ours is not, and, their camels are not going to do it. It's really not going well. Iran warns it will open new fronts against the United States if attacks resume. This is very exciting because the old fronts were terrorist attacks in the middle of fucking Michigan. All right, so I wonder what the new fronts about this are going to be. U.S. airstrikes killed 175 ISIS fighters in Nigeria. Leftists are telling me I'm supposed to feel bad for them. I do not. Just in, U.S. seizes Iran-linked tanker carrying over 1 million barrels of crude oil. Now, W, by the way, because these guys cannot send out their oil, all right? They are dying. They're drowning. They have no way to make money. They have no way to get their oil out unless they give it to us. And that's exactly what they seem to be doing. Thank you, Iran. Your sacrifice is very appreciated and will not change anything. So, up 1 million barrels on that one. That's a W. We take those. U.S. intelligence detects at least 10 mines in the Strait of Hormuz. I'm actually really happy that this announcement was made because this is the first actual announcement of factually found mines. Right? Until now, it was just a fear that they were going to put mines in the Strait of Hormuz. I was assured by retards on the left that, well, that's an act of terror. Iran wouldn't do an act of terror. What? Yeah, well, anyway, it turns out Iran would do an act of terror. Massacring 40,000 of their own people apparently wasn't enough to get people to realize that maybe these guys are actually fucking horrible. But it turns out they're fucking horrible. They're putting mines in literally a commercial economic waterway. All right? An unbelievable act of terror. Zero condemnations from, like, the United Nations and all these other fuckhead countries that call everything we do a war crime. The JD, big JD, Just Dance Vance, briefed reporters and fucking slaughtered them.
Why are you rewarding Putin and punishing your best ally in Europe?
Right, so this is like the Euro-cuck question, all right, because obviously we're fighting Iran, we're fighting Cuba, Venezuela, China got cucked. Ultimately, Russia got cucked too because they got a lot of their cheap weaponry from Iran. And here we have, like, the Euro-cuck reporters. They walk in, puff chest, and they're like, I don't understand. Why are you not nice to your European allies?
Well, first of all, I'd say there's been no president who's done more, frankly, to ensure that Ukraine survived the invasion of Russia than Donald Trump. As he famously said, Obama gave him sheets, I gave him javelins, and it was those javelins that ensured that Ukraine still has its territorial sovereignty. What he's also said is that he wants to pursue an American policy that focuses on the interests of the United States. And part of that foreign policy...
God, I'm so grateful that we have people talking about this normally. Yes, the America First policy is actually killing the terrorists that are trying to kill us. Overthrowing the terrorist hotspots in our backyard. That is actually America First. Yes, cucking China by toppling Venezuela and Iran's oil supply is actually, yes, an America First policy. China can't invade Taiwan if they have no oil, and that's what they want to do, and we don't want that. All right, our computer chips are being made in Taiwan. All right, we're not playing that game. This is geopolitical masterclass by the Donald from an America First perspective. America First doesn't mean live in your little fucking cave and tremble and hopefully the world doesn't blow up around you. That's not America First. That's called fucking stupid.
Policy is not to reward Putin or not to punish a country like Poland, which we love. We love Poland. We love the Polish people. No. What we're trying to do, what our foreign policy is geared towards, is promoting European independence and sovereignty.
That's right.
We want Europe.
We want England to not be fucking retarded, okay? That is our policy. Does that mean we're going to sit there and bail England out of infinite rape jutsu that they've been importing? No, it doesn't mean that. We want you to figure that out, actually. Right, we give $60 billion a year to NATO and Europe's defense. All right, to everyone crying about Israel, we give $3.8 billion a year to Israel, which, by the way, for the record, too much. I don't want to give any foreign aid to anybody, for the record. But we give 20 times that to NATO, and we get fucking nothing for it.
Europe to take more ownership over its own territorial integrity. We want Europe to step up in a big way. Now, I think you said 4,000 troops. We've not reduced the troop levels in Poland by 4,000 troops. What we did is that we delayed a troop deployment that was going to go to Poland. That's not a reduction. That's just
You do realize we're at war, right? Right. This is like the ultimate, like, random, suicidal empathy perspective of like this random journalist guy crying that we're not putting our troops in Poland while we're literally at war with Iran, while we're about to topple Cuba. All right, and for some reason they feel entitled to our men protecting them.
It's a standard delay in rotation that sometimes happens in these situations. But here's the fundamental problem. Poland is capable of defending itself. With a lot of support from the United States, we're not talking about pulling every single American troop out of Europe.
Yeah.
We're talking about shifting some resources.
Yeah, actually do shit
in a way
yourself,
that
please.
maximizes American
Actually do
security.
things.
I don't think that's bad for Europe. That's encouraging Europe to take more ownership. The United States cannot be the policeman of the world.
That's
we want
right.
to be good allies. We want to make sure that our troop presence promotes regional stability in
That's
Europe.
right. That's
the
our
president
guy.
has not said that we could. The president has not said that he's taken all of the troops out of Europe, but Europe has to stand on its own 2 feet.
Absolutely.
That's something that he's been consistent
Yes.
about. Frankly, not even since the beginning of this administration, going back to the first administration, is we have got to have more sovereignty and more of Europe standing on its own 2 feet. That will continue to be our policy in Europe.
Our policy is we don't need to change your fucking diapers, okay? You figure that out, bro.
Troops will go eventually to Poland?
What I said is that is it a delay in troop rotation? Those troops could go elsewhere in Europe. We could decide to send them elsewhere. We actually haven't made the final determination about where those troops are ultimately going to go. But what I'm saying is it is not accurate to say that we are pulling a bunch of troops out. It is a very small and very minor thing. And I think, frankly, a lot of the European media, again, is overreacting to this event. And here's one thing I'll say about this. Look, I have, for my entire life, I'm 41 years old. For my entire life, I have heard chirpings from the European media about everything that's wrong with the United States of America.
God, I'm so happy. I'm so happy that we're finally punching these fuckers in the nuts. All right, proverbially, of course. This is not a call for violence. And I'm very excited to see some leftists say I'm calling for violence by wanting to punch Europeans in the nuts. Not all Europeans, just every single one that's in charge of the entire continent. But this shit sucks. It really does. You know, everything that we do, we have... Dude, there was just a shooting in a mosque in San Diego, and the British Prime Minister got up to say that he stands with the Muslim community. Literally, what the fuck is happening? Hello? Hello? Your country is getting raped, England, all right? And queer Stalin is gonna stand up and stand with the Muslims in San Diego? Like, are we serious, bro?
We don't have this. We don't have that. We don't spend enough on healthcare, even though part of the reason why we spend
Yeah, right. They cry that we don't spend enough on healthcare, and we subsidize their fucking healthcare.
so much on defense was because we have tens of thousands of troops in Europe. I think that if the European media wants to attack the President of the United States, they need to start looking in the mirror. All he has said
he's so right.
is that we're going to be good allies.
He's so
we're
right,
going to be
man.
good friends. We're going to be trading partners, but it is reasonable for Europe to take a little bit more ownership over its continental integrity.
Just absolute fucking cinema. I'm so happy that we're putting the brakes on like these global Eurotards, right? These infinite retard morons, right? He keeps cooking though. He was on fire the entire time.
For the West, and it's kind of crazy, is this idea that the way to generate prosperity is to bring in millions and millions of unvetted people and drop them into your neighborhoods, and we simply reject that idea.
Sorry, bro. The age of the orc is over. The age of man is here.
So to everybody in the UK who rejects that idea, I encourage them to just keep on going. It's okay to want to defend your culture. It's okay to want to live in a safe neighborhood. It's okay to want your job.
Are you trying to imply that importing people from Pakistan makes the neighborhood less safe? Yes. That is actually what he's saying. Yeah, he is saying that actually if you take a bunch of orcs and you relocate them to the Shire will no longer be the Shire.
Yourself and your neighbors, and not to a stranger who you don't even know. It is reasonable for the people in Western...
He's racist. No, this is not about I love the Pakistani people, especially when they're in Pakistan. All right, that was a lie. I promised I'd always be truthful with you. I don't love the Pakistani people.
Societies to want to control who comes into their country and who doesn't. A lot of people, frankly, a lot of people in the media have tried to persuade all of those people that it's somehow racist to want to protect
God,
their
he's
borders,
so right.
even though very often the very people who are most affected by low-wage immigration are lower-income Black and Hispanic Americans right here in the United States.
True.
of America. I guarantee that's true in the UK.
True.
So we believe in making America great again. You can't do that unless you protect your borders. I'd encourage our friends in the UK to follow the same path.
God, he's so right. He has just been on fire. Like, you know, blasting them for calling it far right and fascist and shit like that. Every European outlet shitting on us. Hello? Look in the mirror, retards. Right? And he also goes in on one of our favorite stooges in America.
You read the things about Ilhan Omar and about, you know, who she married and whether she didn't marry this person or that person. It certainly seems like something fishy is there, but everybody's entitled to equal justice under the laws. So we're going to investigate it. We're going to take a look at it. If we think that there's a crime, we're going to prosecute that crime.
Ilhan Omar is going to jail, just like this person. This is the Minneapolis daycare owner featured in Nick Shirley's video, Fahima Ege Muhammad, charged with wire fraud and conspiracy for allegedly stealing over $4.6 million through false claims to federal and state programs. This is the owner of the Quality Leering Center, and she is in custody, baby. Remember when people were immediately saying Trump wasn't going to do anything about the fraud in Minnesota just because it didn't happen immediately? Remember when everyone was like crashing out that Nick Shirley's whole video exposed all this shit and literally nothing happened? Remember when everyone was losing their mind over that, and then it turns out that was just complete and utter hysteria? Now, massive red alert. Your FBI shut down a call center operation in India that defrauded hundreds of elderly victims in the U.S. and abroad out of millions of dollars through tech support scams, and 2 senior executives who operated a business that enabled it. They have just admitted to being fucking retarded, and they are shut down. Red alert, gentlemen! Trump is shutting down the Indian call centers. You're blackpilling, and he's shutting down the Indian call center. Please, Mr. President, sir, do not redeem. And he fucking redeemed, baby. Now, of course, the media is doing their usual shtick. As Trump turns 80 next month, his recent behavior should prompt even more questions than usual about his stability, judgment, and mental sharpness. Long overdue. Something is very wrong with Trump, says Tom Nichols, the same guy who made this article, Leave Joe Biden Alone. You can't make this up, man. These people are delusional retards. But just to wrap up on the Iran front.
The president's been speaking with his national security team after calling off airstrikes at the last second.
How close were you striking Iran?
I was
an hour away.
I was an hour away.
I was thinking of all the goats that could be rescued by killing some terrorists, and I really wanted to do it.
We were all set to go. You're talking about yesterday.
Yes.
We were going to be striking it would have been happening right now. Yeah, it was all done. Right? The boats, the ships are all loaded. They're loaded to the brim, and we were all set to start.
Our Gulf allies begged the president to give peace a chance, but 47 declared...
For the record, I think this is some sort of strategy. I said this before, but I think that all of our Gulf allies getting together, talking to us about peace, those motherfuckers don't want peace. They hate Iran. Iran attacked all of them. Blew up one of the UAE's nuclear plants like 2 days ago, okay? All right, let's be honest here. They hate Iran, all right? I think them, quote-unquote, calling us to make peace is part of a strategy, and I think we're going to be striking on Friday or Saturday. All right, and if I am correct, you could just call me Nuxtradamus. But I think it's going to happen. It's going to be insane.
New deadline. Memorial Day.
Nuxtradamus.
I'm saying 2 or 3 days, maybe Friday, Saturday, Sunday, something, maybe early next week, a limited period of time. Because we can't let them have a nuclear weapon. If they had a nuclear weapon...
No, everyone's always saying, Trump is chickening out, he's pushing the deadline. What's the rush? They're literally gargling in their own feces, dying because we have the blockade. Like, fuck these people. I don't understand.
They would start with Israel. They would blow it up, and they would blow it up fast.
The president's ordered his team to be prepared to bomb at a moment's notice. So it could happen tonight, Friday, whenever. Generals say the Iranians are going to wage economic terrorism until we take our fingers off the trigger.
No way! No way! You mean terrorism? Iran? But I was told that they were just simple people trying to live their life.
The Gulf states because they want that pressure put on the administration to stop the war. They got a ceasefire out of it, and now they're extending the ceasefire some 6 weeks, and they're absolutely convinced if they string this out closer to the midterms and oil prices continue to rise as a result of it, that the president may just wash his hands of the whole thing and declare victory. That's kind of what their objective is here. War is fundamentally about breaking will here, and they want to break our will.
The Persians are squirrely. They've been doing this.
But they don't realize they are up against the Donald. Now, Iran has never won a war before, you know, because they're 85 IQ inbred retards. But they've never lost a negotiation because they're willing to die. And they don't care how many of them die for their jihad. All right, so they've never won a war. They've never lost a negotiation. But shit's ending now. The Dunnard is gonna fucking kill you. Yep, that's right. It's killing is bad. Well, not killing these guys. Killing these guys is awesome, actually.
Like negotiating with an octopus who has amnesia.
They also are just a fractured country. So you have the leadership of the country, there's the supreme leader, and then there are a lot of officials below the supreme leader that has some influence in the negotiation. It's not sometimes totally clear what the negotiating position of the team is. And I don't know if that's sometimes bad communication, if that's bad faith. I wouldn't pretend to venture a guess there, but I will say with confidence, it's sometimes hard to figure out exactly what it is that the Iranians want to accomplish out of the negotiation.
The Iranians love the ceasefire.
They really want to have sex with children in heaven. I think that's what they want to do, man. They're out there, they're trying to plot their course. They're like, holy shit,
damn
how
it.
can I have sex with children in heaven?
Fire. If we bomb them again, it hurts them. If we cut a deal, kind of hurts them because they lose leverage and risk a revolution. Iran's frozen on a war footing, and it actually freezes the regime in power. CENTCOM Commander Admiral Brad Cooper was on the Hill today, and he says they've been using the ceasefire to go on a killing spree.
We saw them kill tens of thousands of their own people, and since the ceasefire, we've seen them hang dozens of people. Just yesterday, you saw the chief of police proudly announce that they arrested 6,500 Iranians for no reason.
Shit.
Trump has to change the status quo. Iran's wounded, they're cornered, but they haven't surrendered.
Not yet, but they will. They will. The Donald doesn't back down. Bro managed to win at least 2 elections in the United States. They tried to shoot him, they tried to kill him, they tried to jail him, they tried to impeach him, and the Donald got back up and he was like, you know what, I'm gonna fucking do this shit. And you know what, he did. And look at the demons that we're up against, man.
While costs are going up and Iran's using the ceasefire to flex on CNN.
Yeah.
These kiosks have been set up in each of these sort of squares where members of the military there, you can see them with masks on, they're showing people, in this case a woman,
the enemy within. We have CNN in Iran being their state propaganda, talking about, oh my god, Iran, they're so brave, the way they arm children to fight their war. That's right, oh my god, you see that little 8-year-old boy with an assault rifle that he can barely carry on a camel? He's gonna be going up against our B-2 bombers. Wow, pray for little Abdullah over there. Hopefully little Abdullah manages to take down some of our shit. Yeah, you don't hate these fuckers enough, man. Trump wants to kill the terrorists. The terrorists literally want to die for Allah. The only people that actually doesn't want the terrorists to die are the Democrats, ironically. Least surprising news of the decade.
That same day, makeup-loving band Kiss played their first ever show at the Coventry Club in Queens, New York, for a crowd of less than...
Alright guys, my favorite brain surgeon Twitch streamer Denims has just weighed in on the Hassan versus Shoe on Head birth rate incel pragmata situation, and I can't wait to hear her take. Oh man, I'm so excited. So guys, if you've ever for any reason in your life wanted to use the mute button on your computer or your cellular device, get ready to fight the urge to for the next 30 minutes of your life. Let's get into it, boys.
He's not judging people for wanting to have kids. What the hell?
All of these unfuckable losers in the gaming sphere always talk about like starting families and stuff.
He's not judging people for wanting kids, except the incels who want kids. Good read, Denims. I mean, seriously. I've reached the conclusion that the guys paying for her OnlyFans are trying to financially support her to the point where she doesn't have to stream. So, because they don't want to hear a goddamn word she has to say. And honestly, if that's the end result of her OnlyFans success, I might cough up the cake myself.
It's funny that she posted her old video, poorly taking down his point. He literally said, if you hate women, and you're literally a fucking incel, Why do you care about people going and wanting to have babies? What the hell?
Because again, they are the most worried about it. This is a ridiculous point. Who is going to be worried about having children? Those who can or those who can't? Those who are having trouble or those who aren't? If you're not having trouble, why are you going to complain and worry about your ability to have kids? Dude, come the fuck on. Also, I really hate that incel and misogynist are intertwined. I know that sort of like culturally they have been, but the idea that just because a guy is having trouble getting laid or having romantic success that he has to hate women is ridiculous, and I think it shames men who are just unattractive by genetics and stuff they can't control, which I do think is very harsh. You know, it's very brutal. Imagine being born and you've unfortunately by the dice roll turned out to be less attractive than some of your friends and some of your peers, and now you're just like assumed to be a woman-hating loser because of something you have no control over, and no one's ever taken a closer look at you to see if you have a warm personality. It's so heartless.
Which is a normal, like, that's a normal ass stance. He's not judging people for wanting to have kids. What the hell?
So, the other day, Shuon Head ended up dropping a response video to Hassan's royal freakout regarding the game Pragmata, and people enjoying it so much that it made them want to have children. He ended up calling these people incel freaks, and predictably, the whole internet laughed at him for his embarrassing take.
It is really interesting, Hassan using the word incel as a negative toward, you know, people who he's deemed deserve the label, when he himself, right, it's like, look at the options. You're either an incel and you can't have sex because of your like ugliness or your unfuckability, however that may be, or you're Hassan and you have to go to brothels and fuck sex workers for sex. So you either have to pay for it or fly for it. So you're either an incel who's worthless, or you're worthless without your money. So you're just worthless either way. It's quite sad. It's basically saying the only difference between you and an incel is your wealth and status. Crazy.
And, well, just like clockwork, it sent off the bat signal, and Denims came running to Hassan's defense, just like she did initially when this all blew up. And, just as you would expect, she made herself look even more stupid than her first attempt at defending him. She seems to want to defend Hassan so badly and hates Shu so much that she just can't stop putting her foot in her own mouth. Take a look at how she's trying to twist what Hassan said to try and save him from his stupid statement.
It is funny as well. Denims is not learning a goddamn thing from the Casey Tron situation. Hassan didn't donate a penny to Casey Tron's legal defense against Ethan Klein, and Casey Tron probably felt so betrayed riding for Hassan for like the past year against all the hate that he was getting from like Ethan Klein, from Asmongold Orbiters, like all these people. She was riding for Hassan, and then she got fucked by Ethan Klein. You know who wasn't there to save her? You know who wasn't there to ride for her? Hassan. Denims, please don't think for a second he'll be there for you when you need him most. He won't.
God, I don't even know how much of this I can watch, but we're gonna do the best we can.
About the Pragmata video game drama, and covered some insane opinions people were having about it. How the game
I mean, let's just get the comments out of the way. Reacting to a reaction, to a reaction, to a reaction in some cases.
Activated some fatherly instinct in some men. And now people were calling those men creepy incels for having the basic human desire to start a family.
Isn't it also insane how like an OnlyFans girl can use incel as a rude word, like as a pejorative, when their entire like customer base is incels? If you're getting sex, then you're not paying for OnlyFans, right? Like if you can get it without paying for OnlyFans, you're definitely not paying for it. Like she literally needs guys to not be having success with women just so she can sell this fake experience with a woman. Like you can get this girlfriend experience that you can purchase.
Well, yeah, if you misconstrue it like that, it sure does sound wacky, doesn't it?
Huh. So, if you misconstrued it like that, it sure does sound wacky, doesn't it, guys?
Oh, boy.
Oh, wait.
He's not judging people for wanting to have kids.
all of these unfuckable losers in the gaming sphere always talk about like starting families and stuff. If you're a lonely gamer who has never been around a woman and will never have sex with a woman, why do you care? Like, why do you care about having children or like riding for having children? Like, it's just not something that you're gonna experience ever for your life, for the rest of your life, right?
When he's talking about unfuckable losers, he's talking about the type of people that don't even play that game and then talk about how excited they are that women are having their ovaries activated.
If you're
that's not even close to true.
Lonely gamer who has never been around a woman and will never have sex with a woman, why do you care?
We're not talking about the people who play the game. We're not talking about people who like the game. We're talking about the people that talk like that.
Ah, yes, that was so heavily misconstrued and taken out of context. He clearly only meant this poster and not lonely gamers that haven't touched women as a whole. It's almost like Denims doesn't even watch what Hassan says before trying to defend him.
Yeah.
Am I stupid? How do I change my politics? How am I just an emo girl that men fap to? Either A, he's lying and he has seen my content, or B.
Wait, that's so funny. Yeah, of course she doesn't pause the video when Shuanhead is criticizing Hassan for reducing her to somebody that people fap to, when she reduces herself to somebody that people fap to. Like, that's her secondary income stream, is the OnlyFans stuff. Maybe her primary income stream, I don't know, but isn't that funny? OnlyFans being an income stream of incoming cum protected by a screen? Okay, that was the dumbest thing I've ever said in my life. But she somehow is going to say nothing of any greater substance for the duration of this video.
He's just blindly repeating things he's seen other people say about me. Either way, it's pathetic. He's stuck between, like, wanting to be above it all. Ugh, I don't even know who that is. I'm out here doing the revolution and wanting to tear me down. But he can't do both. So as it stands...
Yes. And also, he can read your post, girl.
Bro, she is just dripping with enthusiasm. I can totally see why this gets viewers. I mean, this is fucking captivating as shit. I love this high energy stuff. At least she's breaking the stereotypes of streamers being fucked up on Adderall, all hyper, because this is like the opposite. Uppers versus downers, right? It's probably like barred out or something. But yeah, dude. What are you saying? So Shu says Hassan can't act. What did she say?
And wanting to tear me down. But he can't do both. So
okay, so yeah, so Shuanhead's saying that Hassan can't act like he's so above her, but also simultaneously act like she's important enough to be torn down. And then Denim just said, yes, he can do both. That's... Why? How? Explain.
No reaction
She doesn't.
at all. Not to glaze myself,
She
but
doesn't.
I think when I make a reaction video, when I'm just like sitting here eating popcorn, I like to contribute. Some people say that I yap too much and I should just stop pausing the fucking video and let the video play. But the thing is, I've done that before, and then people tell me, yeah, you're not talking a lot.
Yeah,
Why
I mean, it is generally better, in my opinion, to overreact than underreact. Like, I'd rather be an interrupter than a content thief, you know?
why are you pausing the video so little? It's like, you can't always win. I think I have a pretty good balance, but I mean, holy shit, Denim's is next level. She's just like, girl, we can read the tweets.
It's so dry.
Let me play the video for 40 more seconds. Imagine if I just came on here and I said, yeah, Denim's is kind of stupid. Anyways, I'll let the video run for
This is the thing. At the end of the day, like, remove the drama from this all and view it as objective entertainment. Forget how good or bad people are on the internet. At the end of the day, if the content is there and it's good, people will get viewers. Like, you don't get viewers for being the moral arbiter and being right all the time. You get viewers for being entertaining. Like, that's how this works. That's why so many assholes who are terrible get literally hundreds of thousands of views and tens of thousands of concurrent viewers, like Rakai, for an instance, right? Like, it doesn't really matter. Her show sucks. She's not entertaining. I don't really care for politics or shit. If she can make, you know, good content and put on a show, she can be the most communist bitch I've ever seen. But her content sucks.
like 3-4 minutes.
And that's coming from me!
I'll come back in a second, guys. Just trust. Just keep watching my reaction to Denim's
This is the ad segment of the video. Skip. What's this?
girl. Right now, what he's saying is that he has literally never heard me speak. He just looked at me and went, woman online must be a whore. Which honestly, not a bad guess.
I mean, when you look at who Hassan is surrounded by, it's like most of his female circle is OnlyFans chicks.
People should be more embarrassed, okay? What happened to
I also saw a tweet calling out Hassan for the random, wearing of suits when he hasn't really been wearing suits for his stream throughout his entire career. And then he got like hyper defensive saying he wasn't cloning Nick Fuentes, which I think is so funny.
Oh, wait. I find it incredibly ironic that the guy who uses lightning on his dog live on stream in front of thousands of people.
You could see Denim's getting kind of mad. She's not having it. You dissed Hassan. You said that Hassan shocked Kaya, which I am
happiest leftist Twitch streamer, man. This is like vibrant, full of life, full of joy. These are some very high serotonin reacts here.
Having it. You dissed Hassan. You said that Hassan shocked Kaya, which I am still a believer that.
This is like the face your teacher makes after you've handed in the 24th fully ChatGPT written essay in your class of 25 people.
Dissed Hassan. You said that Hassan shocked Kaya, which I am still a believer that he did. Not once.
Yeah, of course the dude fucking shocked his dog.
Else needs to be embarrassed about anything. Like, you've spent your entire career, the better part of a decade, being a political commentator.
People hate women. I totally understand.
Okay, that's actually funny.
Denim, so if you want to collab, you know where to find me. IG, Twitter. Hell, you can just comment
Self-awareness.
under this video and we'll make something happen. We'll destroy
I didn't understand prior to this video. I get it now. Can you imagine when you come home from your fucking job, which you fucking hate, you're like, oh boy, I don't have a terrible time at work today, and it's like the have a terrible time at work today factory, and then you come home to this bitch wife complaining and being like, and then, you'll never believe it.
Okay, this is actually really funny. The only issue is she doesn't realize she's also this person.
A video of Hassan Piker, and he was talking about Sean, and it's like, I'm like, just.
That's you as well, though.
Close your mouth and never open it ever until
Oh my
God. Sound.
Me, whenever I have to react to a Denim's video, I don't know, guys. I think she's a little upset that they're going after her Lord and Savior.
I'm a pretty nice man.
I haven't seen this full video, but I'm going to make a prediction, a very bold prediction. I am going to say that Denims is about to say that.
Dude, Denim's the type of bitch to fucking call you a sexual harasser if you make a D's nuts joke at her. Like, I don't want to hear a word she has to say. She's not a serious human being. She's just a fucking chud. Like, she is.
VTuber sounds like Nux Taku. I'm gonna put.
Okay, so her problem is that the VTuber Shuan had collabed with sounds like Nux Taku. That is all VTubers, okay? I don't know what to tell you. This is, oh, sex work is violent. You used to be chopped. Now she's arguing with some random chatter. She gets derailed, and then she ends up fucking blowing up on stream for Al Qaeda. That's great. I love Denims. I love the Hassan orbit. I just want to really with the Dabba Ranch, and yeah, I mean, if she's making all this money on OnlyFans, maybe I'll make an account and do fart porn. 10 likes and I'll show my butthole. All right, bye guys. What a great video. Alright, so it has been a rough past 2 weeks for our favorite Malibu Marxist, our favorite woke warlord, Twitch streamer Hassan Piker, as the viral hit by YouTuber Shuan Head has caused an insane crash out, a manic spiral, a total meltdown from him on his stream. So if you are an unemployed person and you're a terminally online chud like myself, then this update is going to be absolute cinema. So grab your popcorn, leave a like on this video, and let's begin.
Massive day for the unemployed. Shuan Head is in big trouble, and I think she can cook. She got into some hot drama with Hassan Piker, of all people. Don't know who she is? She's a woman talking about politics on the internet. She also got like 2 million subscribers, which is cool. Men goon to you, responding to Hassan's meltdown about me.
That's crazy. This video has a 2.1x outlier score, meaning it's performing over twice as well as her normal videos. Meaning people hate Hassan, which I mean, like, obviously, it's well known that this guy is hated. You know, he abuses his dog. He is like a champagne socialist.
Where the fuck am I going?
Advocates for violence, whatever. You guys all know why this guy sucks.
I wanted to go.
Man, the market for anti-Hassan content just seems to be growing by the day. This is nuts.
All right, what the hell happened?
The other day, I made a video about the Pragmata video game drama and covered some insane opinions people were having about it. How the game activated some fatherly instinct in some men, and how people were calling those men creepy incels.
Yeah, you guys heard of the game. It has like the girl robot and stuff. Very cool. No, a harmless game.
What's really interesting about this is all of these unfuckable losers in the gaming sphere always talk about like starting families and stuff. And I don't understand like why this has become a thing that they care about. Like,
this guy's 34 years old, by the way.
This is crazy. So it's like he says that it's become a thing that people care about. Like, I think it's been a thing that people care about for the entirety of human history. Like reproduction, starting a family. You know, this desire to have a family is not like a new thing. Like, what? That's a weird take.
This has become a thing that they care about. Like,
well, I guess if you want to say that it's becoming a thing people care about, I guess if you want to argue that people are like really yearning to start a family more now than ever, it's because it's like harder to do now than ever. Like birth rates are going down, you know, the dating apps make it hard to compete. All these things are new problems and obstacles that men have to overcome. So I guess like if that's your observation, doesn't that kind of prove them right?
And I don't understand like why this has become a thing that they care about. Like,
this guy's 34 years old, by the way. He's dunzoed.
If you're a gamer, you should care about things that you actually experience.
Yeah, but a gamer is a person, right? A gamer is an adult male, and adult men want to recreate and procreate with adult women. Like, yeah. Like, what?
You care about things you actually enjoy.
Yeah, they enjoy being with women. Like, what? They enjoy gaming and sex.
If you're a handicap, you shouldn't get the regular Barbie. You got to get the one in the wheelchair.
It's also interesting. Like, his argument is that you should only care about new information and news surrounding video games. Like, okay, but if you actually believe that, then you wouldn't have an audience because everyone who plays video games, by your logic, shouldn't care about like Palestine and world events. Only the video games they play.
Disabled
right? If you're a lonely gamer who has never been around a woman and will never have sex with a woman, why do you care? Like, why do you care about your children?
That's crazy. So it's interesting as well how he fights against misogyny or like these red pill manosphere influencers, but is also simultaneously confused about why young men are leaving the left. And it's because of language like this. Like, the right wing is telling men to actually try and have a family, and you're telling young men to just give up and not have a family. It's like, what language do you think is going to resonate with young men? The give up or give it a shot language?
Or like riding for having children. Like, it's just not something that you're going to experience ever for your life, for the rest
You have my vote. Oh, I'm cooked. Oh, okay. So it's over. My life's going to suck no matter what. Oh, I'll vote for you.
Your life, right?
I mean, to be fair, neither are you. You are 34 with no kids.
Yeah, also kind of interesting for him to speak on that.
Wow, maybe there's a reason people are yearning to start a family and can't afford to have one and can't seem to find a partner. They feel alienated from their work and atomized from their community.
Once again, not shocked at all that a woman is cooking.
First of all, the only care about something if it affects you is extremely libertarian coded and also very weird coming from a guy who understandably wants everybody to care about a genocide that is happening across the ocean.
Also, disclaimer, fellas, I'm not gonna get too political.
Israel versus Gaza in clash terms.
This video because...
So it's goblins versus wall breakers. Okay.
As you all know, I'm from Canada, so my opinion doesn't matter anyway.
And I love how he's like, unfuckable losers. Like, okay, congrats on the bro. Check out this taver over here. I'm sure all those unfuckable losers could easily go to foreign brothels and pay for sex like you, Hassan. Also, 35? No kids?
She didn't even cook him. She barbecued his ass, and traditionally, man's job. So yeah, she was going in, and Hassan over here was, you know, a tad wee bit upset, and boy, oh boy, was his response something else.
Why are you putting this on my screen, WestJet? I don't want to watch this.
His response to me couldn't be that bad, right? Right?
What an unbearable way to exist, dude. Oh, I'm getting all my politics from Shoe on Head. Ooh, look at me. I'm an emo girl. Ooh, look at me.
bruh, no one's getting all their politics from someone who posts once a month. You understand that there's like supplementary content and then there's primary content. The sad
You
thing
shouldn't be
is,
getting
some
your
people do
politics
get all their
anywhere.
politics and news from you.
You should
That's
be
like an actual
forming your own
distorted
opinions.
observation.
Jesus
4chan
Christ,
guys
people.
Who are now 38 years old want to fap to me. Why would you openly admit that you listen to Shuanhead?
Cortisol is going through the roof, Jit. I gotta tell you, Folktopus, the fact that you have to wear a suit and tie because you know nobody takes you serious is hilariously overcompensatory. Is that a word? I don't know. Uh-oh. But, Brosif, I'm not
Cool.
sure, man. I mean, like...
That's gonna
38
work out.
Isn't it crazy the anti-misogynist is the one who
I mean, I
immediately
will
reduces a woman
spend
to
most of
a
my day
sex
running back and
object?
forth across town,
He's
but
like, oh, I get my politics from someone I want to jerk off to. Like, either that's projection or it's just sexist.
To me. Why would you openly admit that you listen to Shuanhead?
Like, she doesn't have an OnlyFans. Like, what are you talking about?
What the f is wrong with you?
Hassan over here is so angry, dude. Like, it ain't that deep, man. In fact, he got so pressed over this digital robot game, I feel like it's a self-report.
Bro, you were on the last Shuanhead video. I will literally myself if you bring that up in here, okay?
Is this guy okay? I'm actually worried about him.
Yeah.
Why am I still getting hate? What do you want me to do? Myself in the face, not in the process, but at least lose significant chunks of my brain so I can operate at the same substandard, suboptimal IQ level that Shuanhead and her dumb audience operates in. So
why are you mad, bro? Damn, chill out.
So I can do a regular response to that? Is that what you want me to do?
I basically made the same joke in my video about like giving myself brain damage so I could understand. Trying to follow the logic here. Let me just give myself some brain damage. Imagine being that chatter, like, hey Hassan, did you check out this video?
Ooh, look at me. I'm an emo girl and I change my politics all the time. Ooh.
I don't know, bro. I think changing your politics is pretty normal, right? Like, people go from leftists to real Americans all the time. Aw, boo-hoo. They raided the Capitol, bro. My base in Clash of Clans got raided by a Chinese guy. Again, I don't know how this relates to the video. I'm Canadian. Anyway, Shuanhead got a VTuber to help her with this, so I'll listen and learn.
Depending on the subject, like, God forbid you disagree with Hassan Piker, the arbiter of correct opinions of the internet.
I do not have that many videos. I have like 100 videos in the span of like a decade. You could go randomize and click on any of those videos and you wouldn't be able to tell if it was made today or 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Which honestly, I shouldn't be bragging about.
It is kind of interesting just to step back a bit. Like he goes, I get all my opinions from an emo girl, which he says to reduce the validity of her opinion. And it's like, oh, okay. So don't listen to emo chicks. So don't listen to like a good chunk of Gen Z women on what they have to say. Oh, okay. So Hassan has gotten so left-wing that he actually goes right-wing and becomes like a sexist traditionalist who doesn't think you should listen to women who look a certain way. That's actually like hilariously traditional and like unintentionally based. Like what? I guess it might be his like himbo Turkish roots, like gym bro coming out there, the frat Hassan from like 2010. You know, he slips out every now and then.
Okay, my point is I haven't changed that much. And the things I have changed my mind about, I'm very open about. The way he's framing people changing their minds, changing their political opinions over time as like a bad thing is bizarre, especially as a guy whose goal is, I assume, to change people's mind politically. He's totally for people changing their minds politically, but only when they change their mind to agree with him.
It reminds
That's pretty much like it's a very good point because the whole like grow and educate yourself is, you know, language that the left uses a lot of times to sort of condescendingly tell right-wingers that eventually if they learn more, they'll come around. So you go and learn more and you don't come around and now you're a problem, even though you follow their instructions to the T. It's not educate yourself, it's like propagandize yourself to the point where you agree with me on everything dogmatically. Okay.
Or people changing their minds politically, but only when they change their mind to agree with him.
It reminds me of the body positivity people. As soon as somebody they dislike is a little fat, they'll just go in on them. You know what I mean?
He supports iDubbbz apologizing for the crime of being funny 5 years ago.
Hot take, fellas. I feel like iDubbbz wasn't even the funniest guy of the group. Filthy Frank mogged that dude left, right, and center.
Did you know the U.S. is funding millions of Israelis to kill innocent Palestinians?
Like, yes, I've changed on a few things, obviously. From the ages 23 to 35, yes, your opinions are gonna change a little sometimes.
Yeah, but it's like when iDubbbz does it, it's based. When Shuanhead does it, it's grifting.
Way, really?
Like, you probably don't believe the same things you believed like 10 years ago.
But that's the thing. This guy's been Twitch streaming for so long, he never had the chance to mature. He thinks he's a teenager playing with these phase boys.
In the hyper-partisan mind, it is completely impossible to hold several non-contradictory opinions at the same time. Like,
yeah, I don't understand. It's like, why does it have to be a full bundle? Like, why don't you just pick and choose what you agree with from each side, as, you know, each of them have things you like and things you don't, you know? It's like, oh, this makes sense, but it's on the right, I'll take that. That's from the left, I'll take that. Like, I don't get why it has to be an all or nothing.
wanting free healthcare, but also wanting...
I do believe, though, for Hassan, it's primarily because he has to, like, you know, radicalize his audience as far as he can in order to grow his, like, his reach, his voice, and his size of his platform.
Strong border. Like, to me, those aren't contradictory whatsoever. In fact, that works together. You don't want to override your healthcare system, right?
Yeah, it's like, for instance, I don't really understand. Like, I'll see a lot of transgender people on Twitter, and they'll all be like communists. They'll all have the like hammer and sickle in their display name, and it's like, is that like that seems weird to me? Where it's like all of them are trans, and then
seriously, like, there's a payphone in the lobby. Like, literally nobody works here.
Anything, right? It's like, leave me alone.
What are you doing here?
It's like, give the state as much power as they can, you know, as much power as I want. It's like, why wouldn't you just pick out different things? It's such herd mentality. I'm not sitting here thinking that I'm this enlightened thinker who, you know, I'm like so much better than people because I have perfectly curated my like political compass. It's like, yeah, I'm kind of retarded, but a lot of people are sheep, dude. It's very sad.
Your focus should be American citizens. Like, in their mind, like, Denmark doesn't exist, right? They think like, oh, if you think unions are important, you must also be for minors having HRT. Like,
yeah, a good example of this is like how people believe that no one's illegal on stolen land, or like borders shouldn't exist. You know, we're all like citizens of the world and whatever, but then they also care the most about like the borders of Palestine. You know, it's weird to me.
No, you believe in public.
So like, Palestine should have strong borders to protect from Israel, but America shouldn't have strong borders to protect from other countries.
Transportation, you also have to believe in abolishing prisons. Like, no.
Whoa, it's almost like she chooses her beliefs and not just a belief system. Take notes, Buster.
That's crass.
Listen, you can tell people that billionaires are the real enemy until you are blue in the face, and it might be true, but Jeff Bezos isn't the one stabbing them on a train, you know?
True.
You can't have a peaceful, functioning, socialist, or even social democratic society with the delusional social policies of Hassan Piker.
Look, she grabs a white monster. Listen, lady, my culture isn't your costume.
Holy Agartha.
Understandably wants everybody to care about a genocide that is happening across the ocean. My point there was, you can't be telling young men to only care about things that directly affect them, and then make it your life mission to tell those same young men to care about things that don't directly affect them.
True.
You know what? I'm about to radicalize the youth. As you all know, I'm half Ukrainian, half of my family is there, and why should you care that they're getting carpet bombed? They're not related to you. All I'm saying...
4chan guys who are now 38 years old want to fap to me.
I mean, are we playing the age card here, Jit? You're only 4 years younger than the people you just criticized.
Wait, 4chan guys want to fap to me? Wait, I thought it was super cool and progressive to have like an army of men who simp for you online. That's not very woke of you, Hassan.
First of all, I like how you used the word fap.
That's so old. Isn't it like gooning now?
Yeah, it's gooning. Come on.
To be fair, this guy's closer to 40 than 30.
If this was said by anyone else, he would be calling it misogynistic.
Yeah, true, right? Like, if you called Denims or something, like, you know, a Twitch streamer who mainly exists to funnel the Twitch audience to her OnlyFans, then you're a sexist, you know, person. Crazy.
And sexist, but it's being said by someone with the hive mind approved opinion, so it's okay. It's called dark woke, Chud. We decided to become more hypocritical and annoying. You wouldn't get it. If I was getting paid for men to fap to me like many of his friends and ex-girlfriend star do for a living, that would be fine. He would
She's so right.
support it. But since I don't do that and I'm just like a normal YouTuber, it's a way to insult and degrade me. It is interesting though how Hassan uses unfuckable as an insult to hurl towards men and fuckable as an insult to hurl towards women.
Wait, that is insane.
And also, bro, you thirst trap more than I ever have in my entire life. In a hot tub. I will put the picture up there as censored as I can. Yeah. Just...
If you take a bath as a man, you are gay. I don't make the rules. And I'm Canadian. I don't even shower.
It's the dude that has to keep his girlfriend a secret, like some kind of K-pop star, so he can, like, be e-boyfriend for his parasocial female fans. I'm always talking about being married, like, when I'm in a relationship, I'm talking about being in a relationship, whatever. I'm the not the one playing e-boyfriend.
He's sort of like those female Twitch streamers that lose all their subs and supporters when they reveal they have a boyfriend. If he revealed he had a girlfriend, all of the, you know, larger, big-boned ladies would disappear into thin air.
I mean, we see the people who approach him whenever he's at a rally or protest, like these younger women with their phones out going crazy. He did like the Justin Bieber scream that he was getting back when, like, you know, he was popping in 2012. It's the same shit.
Ironically.
The left in a MAGA body, bro. That
All that means is that if you're MAGA, you mog.
that always stuck with me.
A progressive mind in a MAGA body.
That was before the Ozempic update dropped. I feel like people were going batshit crazy because, bro, what kind of a headline is this? You're allowed.
Yeah, like literally the most unintentionally hilarious thing to write as a progressive writer.
God damn it, I forgot a locker.
He thinks like me, but he actually looks cool. So they have to supplement MAGA with cool.
What political affiliation do you have?
Life's too short to exercise. I'm just gonna be honest. There's
I might be able to get one. Hang on. Give me a minute. Give me. Oh no, I can't.
For like a good 3 years, there was this really weird campaign to make Hassan Piker like the face of progressive masculinity in a bizarre attempt to move men to the left.
Funnily enough, it had the opposite effect. I feel like this dude is moving more people to the right than the left, if anything.
Oh, 100%.
Guys who are now 38 years old want to fap to me.
38? You mean 3 years older than us, Hassan?
Yeah. I'ma say it, boys. Millennials are cringe. Every other
100%.
generation is cringe. Sorry.
And what's so funny is like his little fangirls were coming at me on Twitter like, you're nearly 40 and you dress like a Hot Topic cashier. Like, and Hassan, you're the
Yeah, the fashion is insane. This guy's fashion sense is like the worst I've seen out of any streamer or influencer ever. It's quite brutal. And also, I have to say, like, what Westshed said about pushing men more to the right than the left is so true, because it's like young men who see this and they see that he's like decently jacked, and so that encourages them to be more jacked for their cause. You know, it's like, oh, I can't ever have smaller biceps than like a libtard. Now, me, I personally do, but this summer I'm gonna be locked in, so see, look at me in August. Hopefully I'll be able to do like a physique reveal or something. That sounds gay. Like a physique show up, whatever. You guys get what I mean. Hopefully I'll be wearing tank tops on the camera instead of short sleeves. That's the goal.
Twitter like, you're nearly 40 and you dress like a Hot Topic cashier. Like, and Hassan, you're the exact same age. I think we're a month
Like
apart.
it's really funny. Like I've seen videos, like it'll be like these libtards who are like a fascist lifted today, and you're not going to, and it's like supposed to encourage these people to like lift weights. But the comments on a post like that every time is from these like leftoids who are like, oh, I have anxiety, I can't lift. I'm chronically disabled, I can't lift. And it'll be saying like, oh, stop pushing fascist propaganda. So it's like, bro, they're so stupid. They'll be told to lift weights to beat the fascists, and they still interpret it as fascist propaganda. So insane.
An age. And like, look how he dresses. We are literally co-workers at the Hot Topic, okay?
I feel like he has a lot of money, but not a lot of taste. So all of his outfits just look incoherent.
People like Shuon Head are basically a humanoid version of a f***ing Reddit aggregator.
Reddit? Reddit hates me.
Literally 80% of his audience are f***ing Redditors. Are we f***ing for real right now?
Bro is loved on Reddit. Like, why didn't he say 4chan or Twitter? He's not even funny.
Yeah.
Like, he can't even banter or do the jokes correctly.
Son is so unfunny. Even VTubers look good in the spotlight.
Do their own research. Come to their own.
That's what I was saying earlier. Like, if you have a somewhat sizable channel, doesn't matter how entertaining you are, just make the anti-Hassan video, bro. It's rent paid.
Conclusion. I just say my opinions, and people are free to agree.
Which is your duty to do as someone who's going to criticize him for being a fake socialist.
Agree or disagree. Hassan, on the other hand, like, really thinks he's some serious political commentator.
I know.
Bro, you're a Twitch streamer. I'm a YouTuber.
YouTuber, no hard R, please.
Oh my God, the things I want to say to people like this.
Then say it.
Say it. Say it, Putsy. Did he? Reverting back to bro tips, Hassan.
That's what I'm saying. The things I want to say, I can't. Like what? Like she's like a bitch or something. Like you want to be like more sexist than Twitch will let you. Spoiler, bro. Twitch will let you say anything. I love this, bro. This like controlled opposition where he has to act like he's being chained down by Twitch and he can't speak his mind when he's never been banned for calling for violence in the history of his career. Like he still has a platform. Like yeah, like the temporary suspensions. Those are not real bans, bro. If you get it 24 hours off and you can come back, you've not truly been silenced, especially when all the bans are like performative as well.
Yeah.
This week's bro tip is about bringing out the alpha male in you. This is a classic example of what happens when your father doesn't pay attention to you.
Wow.
You turn out to be a slut who's craving for attention, and then I tend to pick you up at a bar late night and bang you out on the first date.
The left-wing grift paid more, I guess.
He
Yeah,
never
true.
self-insults.
Well, he should have just stuck with this, and then eventually he could have gotten a gambling deal or something and sold like Hustlers University Hassan edition.
It's like you can make jokes about yourself. Like I've joked about a million times, like, oh, I'm a 400-pound man behind an avatar. Like it's.
Yeah, I don't really think those are jokes, to be honest. And this wasn't it, because this girl came in to defend Hassan.
I can't stand this girl. This shoe on head girl, pick me woman.
Shoe on head and her dumb audience.
Her dumb audience of incels. Like, I don't know. It's like shoe on head. If you like care so much about these incels, go one.
This is such a self-report for being a retarded whore. Like, I love the implication too that like Casey Trout thinks the only way you can truly care about men is if you have sex with them.
Yeah, like, do you care about Palestinians, then go have sex with them? Like, this logic literally makes no sense, that if you have to care about the plight of somebody else, in order to truly show how much you care, you have to, like, give them sex. That's insane. Like, yeah, you care about the victims of bullying, the victims of harassment, you know, kids being shoved in their locker, Palestinians being blown up, Ukrainians being fucking ICBM. Like, if you care about those things at all, then, like, you know, you have to fuck them. Like, that's crazy.
This thought process just come free with not having a father figure?
Probably.
Do I have to have unresolved daddy issues to comprehend this?
Yeah, why doesn't she tell Mr. Beast to stop giving these people money and start getting his beast hole loose?
This 400-pound man is cooking.
Just go one. Oh wait, you won't? Because you're just grifting to them? Like, you don't even want to get with them
Well, I mean, she's married, right? She's married with a kid.
either. But you'll condemn other women for not wanting to who you don't want to
That's not true. When has she ever said that that anyone has to fuck anyone? What? You can't blackmail someone into sex. That's rape. She's not pro-rape.
Okay.
Shoe on Head should be thanking me for giving her and her incel following. Say it again, award! Say it again,
incel! It's like a parent, man.
What?
What does bro even do? Like, if his goal is to push people to the left and de-radicalize the youth, I'm pretty sure villainizing everyone and calling them incels like Hassan does is not the best strategy, but I digress.
Would you stop? Whatever the Shoe on Head said. When we got the wiki feed ratings up for Shoe on Head, okay? What's her wiki feed looking like? Okay, what's her...
What?
Not the feet again, man.
I will leave that
Gotta
to
be a
the
self-report.
professional Hassan Piker farmers. There are people who have made diabolical wealth off of farming this guy, okay?
You know, I'm also just a small fish in this big pond because, bruh, some people go crazy on Hassan. I personally don't have any hatred for Hassan. I never met the guy. I do think his outfits are completely whack, and some of the stuff he says on the internet is really stupid. Not gonna lie, even for my standards, this video is too unemployed. Not only was
Yeah,
this...
it's true. I just don't like the sort of dog shocking stuff, but yeah, I mean, overall, he's just kind of retarded. But if you guys enjoyed this video, please be sure to leave a like and subscribe, and I'll see you guys all next time. Goodbye.
Welcome back to a series so incredible, even Mr. Incredible subscribed. In today's video, Hassan is once again getting cancelled by mainstream media following the May Day protests. He claims he hates appearing on the news and prefers to just control the narrative. Insane admission. Kids are apparently skipping school in order to participate in protests, and they seem to have no idea what they are protesting. Hassan is once again trying to dance on the Charlie Kirk grave, playing Charlie Kirk songs and dancing to them. He claims he actually had no motion and only was popular because of TikTok algorithms. He claims most Americans are stupid and propagandized and need to be taught that communism is good. Hassan is crying about being included in the list of social democrats. He then starts talking about if he'll ever run for political office or president. Holy nightmare scenario. Debunker XQC is destroying Hassan for his new excuses for shocking his dog. Smash like or you gotta become a tier 3 Hassan sub. Jerk off. Let's up those numbers! Now let's begin. Right, welcome back everybody. Pleasure to have you here for another day on the Legendary series. So basically context, it was May Day and a bunch of protests were happening around the US, in New York, LA, kind of around the world as well. Now, May Day is usually supposed to be about workers' rights, that type of stuff. Pretty well-intentioned messages like don't exploit your workers and, you know, fight for workers' rights. But unfortunately, modern-day protests have been sabotaged by the Diddy Piker ideologies. Basically, a bunch of political agendas are mixed in. There's like 5-7 different causes here. Extreme socialism, communism. You'll see a bunch of signs about Cuba or Palestine or Trump or whatever cause that needs to be meddled into it as like a whole, as like a group, right? If you believe in one thing, you must believe in all of it. There's no nuance allowed. There are also several paid protesters who have these perfectly curated like signs and slogans and marches, and they're being funded by billionaires as well to campaign against other billionaires. Apparently, kids are also skipping school now in order to participate in these protests, probably because their parents told them to, which is very weird and concerning to involve kids in politics in general. Right, so anyways, Hassan is being brought up on mainstream media again. He is being hounded recently. They are going on a tirade trying to get rid of Hassan, which is like, you know, you guys do you, right? So he instantly brings up slop tubers for some reason because he thinks this is all our fault.
The reasoning has always been from centrist Democrats claiming that people like AOC, people like Zohran Mamdani, people like Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib can only win in deep blue areas. Deep blue areas where the electorate resembles a genderqueer English major that is getting an education in a liberal arts college with 150 other people, okay? That's not the case. They put Father Jihad on there. You're dead ass on the news regularly. How's that feel? Feels weird. Feels very strange. I don't like to be perceived like this. I like to control who perceives me. Things were a lot better when it was just us in here. You know what I mean? Nowadays, the Hassan Eclipse Industrial Complex, as the chatter just pointed out, has moved to mainstream media. They are my clippers. The drama farmers on the independent side of YouTube have nothing on Fox News at this point. They're in here all day, every day.
Dude, what the fuck? Like, was that a slip or something? Is he actually just admitting, oh yeah, I don't really like appearing on these news outlets because I like to control the narrative, right? I don't like when people can actually see me in any other environment other than my 10-hour stream. Bro faces criticism and goes, I don't actually like this very much. Yeah, that's kind of how it should be, man. And of course he mentions the drama farmers on the independent side. I wonder who that could be. My bad. My bad, I guess, for reposting your own clips in context. My bad for posting Hassan's greatest hits. I guess some people happen to see them and now are campaigning to deport him. Unlucky. But again, this is just your fault because, like, I'm playing your clip. I'm not really doing anything special. And for some reason, Hassan thinks like, oh yeah, nobody's watching these slop tube videos, right? It's, like, nobody's watching it. And then at the same time, he goes, well, it's all your fault, actually. Well, actually, the politicians are watching the slop videos, of course. Reminder, Hassan fans like to claim that he's completely unbothered, right? He actually loves when people post his clips because it's posting his greatest hits, right? It's just advertising him. Apparently, that's working out very well. Now, I don't know why he's surprised that Fox is covering him. Like, Fox is your direct op, obviously. It's a straight-up right-wing news channel. And you are essentially perfect bait, right? Perfect material. This is why lefties say that Hassan literally helps right-wingers be more than any right-wing activist because he's the easiest punching bag in the world. And then they can just say that, oh, he represents the entire left, which is not true, obviously. He's a radical extremist. So then he talks about how everyone is writing articles on him because he's so important.
Oh my God, look at this. Virtually every single outlet has written a piece. New York Post has, oh, Jesus Christ. Post has 2 articles. Socialism, Mamdani's alma mater. Less than a third of New York City's Jewish voters think Mamdani's doing a good job. Jesus Christ, dude. David Marcus. Rise of Marxism is a hydra Democrats created but can't control. Fox News. Los Angeles Times. Camera. Normalizing Islamist extremism. Camera is an Israeli operation, by the way. The Committee for Accuracy in Middle East Reporting and Analysis is a major pro-Israel media watchdog. Yeah, it's literally an Israeli agent. New York Sun, National Review, Times of Israel. The Times of Israel got to do with me. I hope the chatter that made this site got some free merch or something. Whatever the chatter wants. In any case, let's get back to it.
Okay, I swear like half of those weren't even about you. And you seem fine to get the articles written about you and your chest hairs, a bunch of people gooning over you. But when it's any sort of criticism, then it's too much. Then these people are obsessed with me. I can't be handling this. And I just know he thinks like he's so important. Like, oh my god, all these people are talking about me. I'm the greatest guy in the world. Dude, you're like Johnny Somali. That's what I'm saying. Like, you're not actually that important. You're not actually that guy. It's just you're that guy that everyone makes fun of and then eventually is going to land in prison, just like Johnny Somali, right? So they actually interviewed some of the protesters who were like ditching class and stuff. I don't know why you would ditch school for this. Like, I used to ditch school to play video games. Like, what is this new age doing, man?
Chicago Teachers Union declaring it a day of civic action. And as the labor movement continues gaining traction with young people embracing a pro-socialist platform, one protester doesn't even know what he's rallying behind. Watch.
Here you got the Party for Socialism. You believe in socialism?
Not necessarily. Kind of.
You know what socialism is?
Not really. Not too much, but.
Bro, that's a kid. That's a child. You're putting a microphone on a child. He'll learn. Leave the child alone. He's like 14 years old, man. Who stuck the little man with that PSL poster, by the way? That's so funny.
I mean, first time I sorta agree with Hassan, so probably not the best idea to interview the kid in order to prove your point, right? Probably interview an adult. But
why
also,
are you
I'm
having the
confused.
kid?
Where are the parents? He's on the news, literally skipping school for some random protest or whatever. And I don't know if he's doing this of his own volition. Probably not, considering he literally has no idea what he's even doing. So I assume the parents are telling them to do this, right? The parents are basically in full support of this. And I feel like it's so lame. I don't care like which side of politics you're on, but it's so lame to involve your kids in politics and try to force your beliefs upon them and actually like literally taking them out of schooling and, you know, making them more obsessed on these issues rather than, you know, just their studies and, you know, individually succeeding in life. But I also think a lot of these people bring kids to these protests and try to use them as like shields or whatever. Like some people are complete lunatics. Like they'll straight up bring babies to protest, and then, you know, when there's actual like, you know, officers are maybe firing, throwing tear gas, trying to control the crowds, or maybe even
Alright,
their power,
I'm turning in
like,
for the night.
still
I'm getting
knowingly
tired.
Bringing a fucking baby to a protest.
I will see you
and
guys in the
putting them
morning.
danger, right? Those are the most irresponsible parents.
I don't know if I'm
Also
playing
for,
this
you know,
or the
like middle schoolers,
Pirate
high
Game
schoolers
Win
or whatever.
Rose.
I think it's like
But
the perfect excuse.
I will
because
be playing
what
one
you
of
can
them.
do is just
I
bring
might
the kid
just
to the protest and then
start
if
on one of
anybody
them and
ever
then see if
questions
you guys want
just
me to
be like,
switch.
well, you
I
can't
don't
really
know.
question the kid, right? You monster, how dare you? Well, you're the one fucking bringing them there. And I think in general,
Whatever you
like,
guys
if you
want.
go to a
I'll see you
protest,
guys in the
you
morning.
should know what you're protesting about, right? Even the 3-year-old baby, we need to take the pacifier